Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は314日目です。It is day 314. We have a flip schedule today because it took a really long time for the reviews to come back up, right? So now we got the reviews. It was like 3 p.m. my time, so it was 30 minutes ago. I padded my Hanzahiro session with a digression on problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills in order to get our stuff. And then tomorrow's the half day, right? The half day, which is our second set of our vocabulary words, or our like the second half of level 30. Today we have some stuff. The 4 little apprentices is from our lessons from the Wednesday move. Every Wednesday there are new moves and additions. Hey there, Churn. Oh, their drama. Alright, let's see how well we can get through our stufferinos. Alright. I see you're up at the usual time now, right, Drama? Today's more of a usual day. How did you sleep? How did you sleep yesterday?
Zenke.
Zenke. Oh. Miburi.
Miburi.
Miburi. Miburi. What the Miburi? Okay. Chuto han. What? Chuto han.
Chuto hanpa.
Chuto hanpa. A good sleep, excellent. You already did your lessons and reviews today? Solid. Solid. I see you getting it done so I don't distract you for like 6 hours and then you're not getting it done. I like it. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But that can happen. It's good. Waribiki, no?
Waribiki.
Waribiki. Full wide. Don't give me that face. I've done this rodeo enough times, right? Waribiki. Oh, discount. Okay. Kakumeika. 新緑。Okay. 靴下。靴下。夜明け。夜明けは、No. Yes. No. 貯金箱。Wait.
貯金箱
Typo. It's fine. I'm having the same review as you. It's funny. Oh yeah, because today is not the current. Yeah, the staggered. Katsugu.
担ぐ
Katsugu. Wait. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, some of them. I'm like, I think this is in the level 20s. Interesting. Some of it, yeah. Oops. Oops. Ah! Oh no. What am I doing? Double coons.
大間違い
Oh my god. Kutsuya.
靴屋
Kutsuya. Oh, shop store? Yes, that's exactly it. Shop store. Mm-hmm. Cheap.
し 不燃ゴミ
Gomi. So you mean
睡眠
then fresh. You want to be Burger King Whopper? Oh yeah, did you? Oh, and yeah. Okay, Hangbao. Yeah, Hangbao is intended. Okay, so you were doing the Burger King Whopper thing. Yeah, I was like, was it your there is a chance Hangbao could be something else, right? Hangbao could be something else, but I was just checking because Chinese has, when you write pinyin, Chinese has a lot of homonyms. So I was just double checking. Like that's a cute name. I'm not sure if that's what you're going for.
違う
But I think it's a really endearing name. It's a charming name. Bao Bao. Yummy, yeah. Wow, if there's anyone who can appreciate a burger, probably someone from the States. Not that there's a competition, but
濃度
no. And donuts, yeah. Oh, interesting. Tian Quan. Yeah, Tian Quan. Really, sweet circles for donuts. Oh, that's cute. That's actually really cute too. Or Tian Quan. Interesting. That's a really cute name. Ware.
我々
You've been to Canada last year and felt like Canada and the US are the same? Have you been to the US? I don't know. Like what parts of Canada? Oh, and what part of Canada have you been to? Because you could have been to the French side, the angry French side, as they say, or the happy non-French side. I don't actually know. Apparently there's like happy French, aggressive French, and then like not more Americanized Canada, and like other Canada. Toronto and London, Canada. Oh, okay. You haven't been in the US. Okay. Toronto and London, Canada is interesting. I think those are probably fairly close to the US metropolitan area, I would say. You've never tried poutine before? Ah, poutine. Delicious. Delicious poutine. Yubin bango.
郵便番号
Yubin bango.
誘惑する
Yuaksuru. Where I live in the United States, if you went to the Toronto, Canada, and the London, Canada, it would probably be quite different. My backyard is mountains and valleys and more trees than buildings. I have no idea. I assume you're talking about metropolitan areas. Because those names are metropolitan areas. Uh-oh. Heck! Oh, Wata Transit. As far as you know, London was called York back then, and yeah, I could see that too. Yeah, I don't actually know. I only know Toronto and Montreal. Those are the two major Canadian cities that I'm familiar with. Twice. Coincidentally, twice. I don't live in the US. I mean, I don't live in the US metropolitan area anymore. So your experience in Toronto would be like nearly the opposite if you were in the state I'm in. You see more like cornfields, constant cornfields, and shopping malls in the middle of nowhere. Everything is really isolated. And most people do either golfing, hiking, or hunting. And then running, dogs, parks. That's the majority activity. It would be very tough for you to walk anywhere. Unless you feel like running a marathon, I guess, and biking and hiking long distances. That's probably what you'll get.
貸す
Let's see.
基準
June. What else is it? This isn't the primary one. Criterion. Well, this state has cities too. So the state that I live in also has cities. Like if you wanted the Toronto experience, it's Philadelphia. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh are the two cities. But Pittsburgh is more like a charm town, and then Philadelphia is a metropolitan area. So you can probably compare and contrast Toronto to Philadelphia. I would love to hear what your experience is like. Well, by the way, I didn't ask you, what was your visit to Canada for? Do you have friends in the area or extended families maybe?
Tawajan
Yeah, each state has quote unquote a... Oh, Tenokon. Oh, you play Warframe. I see. You're a Warframer too. No, I'm familiar with gaming related things. Yeah. Interesting. World of Tanks, and now... Or... Wait, did you mention Warframe. Warframe. Wait, what? Did you mention another game? I could have sworn we were talking about something else. Warship? Or what were we thinking? I could have sworn we were talking about a different live service game the other day. It was off your profile pic. War Thunder. That's it. War Thunder. Man, I'm starting to get a little bit more your Imasara.
今さら
Imasara. Or like now. Imasara. Now or too late, depending on the context. Interesting. So you go internationally for conventions. Neat. Very neat. I have limited experience with Warframe. It was a time. And I have no experience with War Thunder. You're actually a big MMORPG player? Oh yeah? What do you play? Or currently play? I was a very big MMORPG player as well. The emphasis on was. I share a very classical similarity to pretty much any of the influencers and the content creators in the MMORPG space. I mean, it was very difficult not to be influenced by those things when, you know.
Itoko.
Itoko. If you grew up around, like I was a teenage, like I was going to college when that MMORPG thing came out. World of Warcraft? Fair enough. Yeah, I was an OG vanilla Warcraft player to Burning Crusade during my college years. And then before that was StarCraft. And one of my first PC games was Warcraft. This was what? This was maybe 9 years before you were born. No, 10 years. Probably 10 years before you were born. And you played a lot of Metin 2, very old and crappy MMO. Oh, I played Neverwinter, by the way. Neverwinter Online. It's not that old. Relatively speaking, you would still be at an age you could have played Neverwinter Online. Neverwinter Online came out in 2013. So that would make you 12-ish or 9? 9-ish? 9-10 years old. I could have played Neverwinter Online. Oh no, but it didn't start off as a free-to-play game though. So monetary things might be a thing. It started as a one-time purchase model. And then before that, the game I played for 10 years was Atlantica Online. It was a Korean MMO. Atlantica Online is still around technically, but it's on its last leg. That was more. Now it's more than 20 years ago for Atlantica Online. And then before that was like World of Warcraft. And then before that was RuneScape. Your first PC game was Age of Empires on PC? Ooh, that's one of my early games too. Age of Empires Classic. It came after Warcraft. DVDs. Silly DVD. 独り言ね
独り言
こと
恋
恋今だ
今だ。
下ろす
or actually that's to take down. I mean to fall down, meh. To take down. Heck. Valid and ticket is fine. All I can think about is not... Oh my gosh.
面接する
Mensetsuru. Okay, today I got this. I got jie. Right, I got jie as a thing, and all I could think about is satsu. Right? And then now when this came up, I'm like, all I can think about right now is jie. I mean, jie. It took me a while to get the satsu. Yeah, setsu. Mensetsu. The perks and the trade-offs. Furigana.
振り仮名
Gana. 比較的。
比較的
比較的。比較的。Terribly. I thought learning both would be confusing sometimes if you're not prepared.
お菓子屋
Kashiya. With the pros come with the cons. Yeah, absolutely. Where I can do things like this, where like
Gotoni.
Where I can do things like this, where you form associations across the language, it also creates confusion. So whether you choose to work on those sorting things, practice skills of different types. Like if you're a data sorter, or like you can define differences in similarities, finding nuances, learning two languages that are coalescing together and whatnot, that challenges someone to look at nuances as opposed to startling differences. So whenever someone says something like, oh man, these languages are similar, it must be really confusing, then it's a telltale sign that the person I'm talking to relies on differences and startling contrasts in order to learn things, as opposed to where what I do is typically I look at small details and nuances. So the similarities produce the strength of that comes later. So like, what's the difference between 4 characters is something. People say Turkish and Japanese are similar. Yeah. I know Spanish, and most of the time when I'm reading Japanese, it allows me to think about Spanish in sound specifically in sound. So whenever I like occasionally find time, which I was supposed to plan this year to find time to weave in Spanish, my transition from Japanese to Spanish is very quick. Like it almost feels like when I'm reading Spanish, I've been practicing Spanish pronunciation for some time now. So when I was going back to like Duolingo and stuff, and I was reading Duolingo, I'm like, yep, that checks out. It didn't feel like I was learning a new pronunciation key. You're eating cornflakes right now. Do you put the cornflakes first or the milk first? Both at the same time? Oh, that's cute. It's like I'm a psychopath. I put the milk in first. I'm kidding. Sorry. Like, do cornflakes sink or do they float? If they like, I could see someone putting in the milk first if the cereal they're using sinks and not floats. But if the thing floats, that is kind of like psychopathic. I mean, I'm using like the internet jargon psychopathic. Like, psychopaths do this, normal people do this, psychopaths do this, and it sounds like it's one of those bits, like watching someone pour milk in first, and then they put a cereal where all the cereal is buoyant, so when they pour it, you just have like a stack on top of the cereal surface because there's enough surface tension to keep the cereal like piled on top. That's what I'm thinking about right now.
輸入する
Tatsu.
立つ
Oops. What? Oh. You think you put in milk seconds so you can determine the amount of milk. Oh, yeah, that's fair too. Because you probably can better guess how much cereal you want to eat. Yeah, that's fair. That's a additional thing that I think would be a great argument for why psychopaths should not measure their milk first. Instead of how much milk you want to drink. Yeah, understandable. I don't, okay, this is gonna sound very un-American, but I don't actually eat cereal or milk. Like, we don't eat cereal or milk, right? So I'm not a representative of the multi-generational like American that eats cereal. We typically actually, and then you might be thinking, oh, so you eat eggs and bacon and toast and stuff. It's like, I don't eat breakfast. So I don't eat breakfast either. I'm usually someone who would be classified as an IFer now. Like, what I mean is, I typically intermittent fast before it was intermittent fasting. Listen, fetish. Do you eat cereal, fetishes? Do Hawaiians eat cereal? Yeah, I don't. I eat one meal a day largely. I might graze occasionally. Maybe there's a snack because my my hands can get shaky sometimes. But I eat one meal a day, and now it's referred to as intermittent fasting. The internet has spiraled it into the jargon that is intermittent fasting, but that is the schedule that I'm typically in. You sometimes eat cereal? What kind of cereal do you eat, fetishes? Like, I'm kind of curious. I used to thought, here's my thinking right now. I used to think it was really cool if you like put fruits in your cereal. So like, you get a bowl of cereal, you leave some rooms for fruits, so you like eat fruits and cereal with your milk kind of situation. Now, it's been a really long time since I've had breakfast. The times I have breakfast is when I'm out about. So if I go to, like, if I travel and go to a convention or something, that's when I typically eat breakfast. And it would be like eggs, bacon, toast, a bagel, some cream cheese, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, Nutter butter, Fluffernutters, cinnamon swirl nonsense. When I'm out, I'm pretty much a garbage. Some strawberries, blueberries, bananas are nice with it. I see. But you don't eat much cereal now. It's expensive. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about cereal too. I'm like, if I have to eat a breakfast thing, it's gonna be kanji. Not the other, not this kanji. Kanji for, you know, the kanji, the porridge, right? Zhou, right? Zhou. Xian zhou, right? Or yan zhou. Like a savory porridge. Or I eat oatmeal. Like the dirt oatmeal. You know, the Quaker Oats dirt. Like just putting sawdust and loosening up the sawdust and jamming it in my mouth. Typically early mornings, I don't want to end up like needing to hit the bathroom all of a sudden. So typically I eat oats, maybe possibly a yogurt or something, like a flat, simple yogurt. And those opportunities happen when I'm running or I'm doing physical exercise. Cereal like makes the running and early morning things very questionable. You used to not eat breakfast, but when you started working out, you wanted to also to gain weight, so you started to eat multiple times a day. Yeah, if you're working out, you gotta throw some things to keep yourself consistent. I absolutely agree. The cheap cereal is chock full of sugar too. Yeah, chock full of sugar. Yep. If you're like heavy working out, you can still use that accessibility to the sugar. But ultimately, when you're eating for maintenance, you're well exceeding the amount of sugar you're burning through to get that extra layer. Like sometimes I would do like a gel pack or something, or an applesauce pack. You know how they come in those like squeeze things? I would have an applesauce just, and then it would be like 4 or 5 grams of sugar, and then I'm doing something active right away. So it's to keep my hit the ground running situation, as opposed to coffee. So a lot of people do the opposite. They or do other things that are not kind of sugar related, and they would use caffeine. So I don't typically drink tea or coffee. Actually, most of the time I don't drink tea or coffee. I'm gonna say 99.9% of the time I'm not drinking tea or coffee either. I jam a little bit of like excess, like easily accessible sugar products throughout my day if I start shaking. It does happen though. There are times when I've gone too long and my sugar level feels like it's kind of waning and my hand starts like shaking, and it really, I can feel it. So sometimes I would grab a cereal, could be something that I would grab, but usually it's something else like applesauce. I think applesauce is far more consistent. Or fruits. Fruits is far more consistent. Fruits and oats and like yogurt, slightly sweetened yogurt, that kind of thing. Oh, I didn't know you work out. How is that going, Drama? I love talking about fitness and nutrition because it's so nebulous. And anyone can say anything and it'll be like, yeah. Uh, Arawasu?
表す
Arawasu. Okay. I was expecting like, yo, we have pineapples every day. I'm kidding. You mentioned strawberries, blueberries, and bananas, but no mention of pineapples. Where are pineapples at, fictitious? Un-Hawaiian is what I'm gonna say. I'm kidding. I don't even know if pineapples are that popular in Hawaii. It might be something that the Canadians concocted. For the record, I'm making a joke and I'm linking it to Drama's Canadian comment. Yeah, pineapples aren't really from Hawaii, but we're talking about the stereotype, okay? I don't think cereal's from the United States, is it? Or I don't even know the concept, where the concept is. They're grown here, but not as much. Oh, okay. Remember we were talking about the pineapple on pizza thing, and after a lot of deliberation, turns out the pineapple pizza came from Canada. Yep, that sounds about right. You weigh 121 pounds 2 years ago now, and you're at 162 pounds. I appreciate the conversion, by the way. I don't know if you did that deliberately, but I appreciate the conversion. You weigh 121 and now you weigh 163 and you build quite a bit of muscle. You're actually quite happy with where you are now. Nice. I'm about there too. Actually, by pure coincidence, at my lowest, I had problems. I don't know if I gave you that impression. I had a lot of problems when I was a teenager. And when I was younger, like less than 25, I was underweight. I was incredibly underweight. It's not because I didn't eat very well. But at my lowest point, I was like 108 pounds. Now I'm a healthy 160. I'm actually kind of slightly on the heavier side. So, um, staying within like 140, around 140 would be kind of ideal. But this is far healthier than being underweight by a large margin. So, and after 25, we started working out and doing all that stuff and gaining some weight. You're 5'8", so you're quite small for a German. Yeah, I'm 5'7". I'm quite large. I'm quite tall for an Asian. Slightly taller than the average Asian. Male Asian. Although there's, Asians can be taller, but 5'7" is slightly above average. It's usually like... It might have changed now with another 2 generations. I'm sure these Asians are... Whatever these little goopers now, they're somehow their genetic drifts and selecting for taller ones. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm slightly above average. 5'7". Where are we here?
輸送
Yusol station? Or transport? Transport is probably better. What? Oh.
捻出
Ninshutsu. Oh no. How do I twist out? Oh, I am comfortable with metric system. I was appreciating that you went through it, but I'm a scientist. So I think that's a stereotype. But it's a stereotype that's true about Americans. But I worked in the sciences. So metric system is actually... it's kind of like 60-40. I'm actually more used to the metric system than I am to American units. And imperial units would be the common stereotype, which is funny you say that because I actually know more British people at the moment than other sections. So probably a little bit off the mark since I work in science. It's actually both. When you're in science, you use both systems, kind of like Chinese and Japanese. It's unfortunately you're probably gonna have me say that quite a lot. I'm kind of a mixed bag on most things. Yeah, I would say I lean closer to metric than imperial units. And also when you consume content, right? Like when you consume content in Japanese and stuff, they use metric systems. Unless they have like US specific things, which that'd be interesting. I think this is like scrounging up or something. Scrounging up? Neat. Again. Oh no. We're gonna wait. That doesn't seem... 想像的
創造的
If you were to guess the height of something, would you do it in centimeter or meters? It depends. Well, you're gonna hear it depends, but whichever one, the context in which I'm writing it. So I would pick the most appropriate number of convenience. That's what I would do scientifically. No, you missed the point. I would use feet, inches, centimeters, or meters depending on the object I'm measuring. It's whichever is most convenient. Whichever creates the most useful resolution. So if like a football stadium, for example, like an American football stadium, you would do it in yards. Because it's normalized in convenience in increments of yards. If you're doing a ruler, if the ruler happens to be in centimeters, it's the most convenient interval to use. If it happens to be an inch ruler, for example, then you would use an inch. If you're running, for example, if it's to the closest mile, I would use miles. If it's to the closest kilometer, then I would use kilometers. It depends on the interval in which people are dividing their measurements. So for example, like a gallon would be a gallon because the units was used to measure 1 gallon, 2 gallons, 3 gallons. So it's the closest unit of convenience, much like Japanese and Chinese. Like a random rock, how big is the rock? How heavy is the rock? If the rock is like 5,000 pounds, then we would use a ton. If it's conveniently like 1,000 kilograms, I could use 1,000 kilograms. It's whatever is most convenient. That's the way it goes. So there isn't a preference based on where you're trying to extract a preference based on arbitrariness. It's not arbitrary. Between 140 and 170 centimeters, then it's 140 and 170 centimeters. Those are pretty good numbers. If those are pretty. It's interesting that you use centimeters there. I probably use decimeters instead and just say 14 to 17. But you wouldn't know if you had to guess. You're seeing the rock. So no, you would still have a visual inclination to use a specific measuring tool. You see the rock. Now you're gonna try to create an outlier by suggesting, what if we're figuratively not seeing the rock and I have to imagine a rock? Then I can choose any metric I want. So now you're telling me, like, what if the rock is in my head and it's about this big? Then it's an abstraction. Right? But I still see the rock. The rock that you're saying I'm going to measure. I still see it. You know, the immersion way. The immersion way that you're talking about. And also, if I have company. So if I'm talking to you, I would probably use metric. Just like the way you used imperial units by assuming that I'm American. So yes, it would be highly dependent on the situation. And the nice thing about having both, well, you're trying to get at a European would probably use meters and a US citizen would use feet, but you're comfortable in both. Yeah, exactly. Neither. So there's no preference. The preference, okay, there is a preference, but it's based on appropriateness. It's like if you go to Japan and you choose to speak Chinese. That would be the Europe versus US thing. If you go to Japan, you can choose to speak English. I mean, I guess I will speak English when it's appropriate, and I'll speak Japanese when it's appropriate. Right? The idea is it's nice to have both metric, because you're going to make it a competition, but it's nice to have both. I can do both. The more the merrier. I think the thing that separates, in my opinion, Europe from the US, or makes them the same actually, makes them very similar, is the quality that you're talking about. You've been in Japan last year as well. Man, you really have time to go. That's neat. That's very neat. In case you're curious, you had a bad experience with speaking English there. I'm not gonna try to predict why you had a very bad experience with speaking English, but I'm gonna tell you that that is not the case for other people who shared examples with me. So, unlucky, maybe. Unlucky. But it might be your emotional state and your mindset in there. Your broken Japanese was far more useful than your English. That sounds like that would check out with having a bad experience with speaking English there. I can't tell you if I agree with you or not. I can tell you that that sounds like it would be very appropriate that you would use broken Japanese as opposed to English. The reality is that's not true for everyone, but I'll take your word for it. I believe the Japanese culture and understanding the Japanese culture creates this ethos that a foreigner that's coming from a multilingual background would not specifically say that there is a specific preference that mars the experience of a welcoming culture that distinguishes between foreigner and those who are native. So it's unfortunate that if you're having a bad experience, it also reflects on the people who are providing that bad experience since you spoke English. Otherwise, if you're saying Japan is a great place, then the problem was you. Logic, right? So I don't know what it was, but I'm glad you found out the solution for it. Bad in the sense of not being understood. They still were very welcoming and tired. Well, that is cherry picking a bad experience when you could have a good one, if I had to say so myself. So you cherry picked the bad experience with speaking English with the idea that you were not being understood. And then when you're using broken Japanese, you thought you were more understood. And that sounds very reasonable. My thought is, if I go there and I speak English and I feel welcome, and then we still talk through it, it's a great experience. Avoiding conflict and avoiding things and having misunderstanding and whatnot is viewed from the perspective that someone is always right from the beginning. And I can't really empathize with that. Saying that a bad experience is something of being misunderstood. I think being misunderstood and being able to resolve it, it can be a very rewarding experience as well. I think that's kind of the difference between your comment trying to tell me if I have a bias towards metric or imperial is a great example. I think it creates that contrast between coming from a country that has very predetermined standards, like Japan is one of them, right? Japan and Germany. And then being in the United States, where I was grown up as a multicultural person. And that multiculturalism makes me think that the most charming part about the interaction between a foreigner and a native person is those moments where we have misunderstanding, but at the same time, we have communication skills enough to resolve those situations and still become very appropriately welcoming to each other. It is in those moments that we learn the most about each other, at least in my opinion, personally. So rarely do I find that misunderstanding is something that's marred by bad experiences. I don't know if that sounded pleasantly positive or negative, but generally speaking, I enjoy the stuff that you said were bad because they tell me that I have yet more things to learn. It would be nice if I spoke fluent Japanese or you spoke fluent Japanese. Is it more useful than English? Two body problem. Two body problem. Right. And if you go, for example, when talking to train station staff, you had to pull out a translator. Did you use your body language? Did you ask them to do? Yeah, then you learned something. Is that I don't like, honestly, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I don't see that as a bad experience. You lost your ticket? That's a experience that has no dependency on English or Japanese. You lost your ticket. But when you were able to pull out a translator, that sounds like technology being wonderful. You can spin bad experiences to conveniences, right? If you pull out a translator and you were able to do that, that's pretty awesome. That sounds like you also planned to resolve the issue when you have broken Japanese, or maybe even refuse to speak English or something like that. Were you able to replace your ticket? I think the replacing the ticket part is not related to the bad experience of broken English or broken Japanese, but that might be a contentious point.
Itamu.
Your comment that you're making is largely why I don't speak to is largely why people don't stick around for very long, because usually I think that the interaction of solving things and finding ways to do things differently is the most rewarding part about interacting with people. Not doing things because you know, and then only doing things because it's always expected of that. I think that to me is boring. And boring in not a bad or good way, that simply is that it's very comforting to know that, but it's uneventful as well. You didn't recover your ticket? Oh, that's unfortunate. But did that contribute to also the bad experience? Not being able to recover your ticket? She 占い占い星占い
星占い。
星占い Maybe bad experience was wrong formulated. It perfectly alright. I think I know what you're insisting, and I understand. You're trying to say that they speak less English than you experience in every other country. Every other country, and what other country is that? And I agree with you. I agree with you. It's also the reason why I don't expect myself to live in Japan. But you can definitely. China, for example. You think China speaks more English than Japan? That's interesting. Of all the other countries, I thought you might have picked like Malaysia or something. Like Malaysia or something in Europe. I disagree with you. Oh yeah, I definitely disagree with you. But maybe you're talking about like coastal places and metropolitan places. There are far more people. Maybe because they're not shy. Chinese people are not shy? Huh. Intriguing. Yeah, the Shanghai is a metropolitan area. It's like comparing Tokyo with like Fukuoka, or like Tokyo with like Okinawa or something like that. Yeah, great experiences with Chinese people. That's great. How many experiences have you had? What type of Chinese people have you met? Because I can assure you that there's a larger percentage of Chinese people who don't know English than Japanese people. And I'm talking about per capita. That's interesting, though. I'm glad you had a great experience with Chinese people. Hopefully you continue, I guess, to have good experiences. And maybe your second visit next in January would be something that changes the experience. Coincidence? I think so. And isn't life great because of coincidences? Oh, also, I hope you don't lose your ticket next time. Like, that kind of sucks. I think losing a ticket is just... There's no way to look around it. It just kind of sucks. Oh. Sorry, I'm a little surprised because you said Chinese people are not shy. I think we might have a different perspective on what shy is. It was the Shinkansen. Oh, that sucks. Oh my gosh, you lost the Shinkansen ticket. Dang. Those are relatively more expensive, right? Like substantially more expensive because it's not a local. You didn't buy a local train. That's a bad experience. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it was a weekly ticket. Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. You know what's curious? I always thought, hear me out. It's hard. Yeah, it happens. I always thought by now, hot take, very hot take. I think by now, I often thought that Japan would be one of the first countries to completely... I'll disagree. I understand Japanese English better than Chinese people English. Yeah. That's kind of funny. That's a funny way to put it. What'd you call it? Hear me out. I always thought that Japan would be one of the first countries to go entirely paperless with tickets. And what I mean by that is they would completely digitize the ticket process to their phones. And then what happens is you either lose your phone in your entire life or your phone is your ticket. So I often thought that's where Japan would go first. But it turns out that it's kind of the other way. It's like unexpectedly elsewhere more than Japan. Japan has like kind of automated a lot of other things. But when it comes to like fares and whatnot, it instead of like going further into the speed, like the organization and stuff, they still have those things, and that's interesting. I always thought that's something that is the quirkiness of Japan. Yeah, they still use tickets and those stamps. Yeah, I guess you have the Circa card for most things. Yeah, but Suica. Yeah. So hear me out. Like there are places now, at least in the way things work. Like it's a mixed bag in the United States, but if you're in like a metropolitan area and whatnot and things can get lost, it's usually the most important. It's attached to the most important thing you ever have. So nowadays, like you don't carry paper things in certain places. And I often thought, man, Japan, that would be, it would, like Japan is already super awesome, right? Like super awesome at their transits and stuff, like super on point, organized, like they're slipstream things. And my first thought is stamping tickets. That's why I kind of love the quirkiness of Japan. They're so traditionally bound that the innovations of things are still kind of isolated in Japan. So what I mean is, if it's in an innovation that helps them, it's innovated to a great extent. However, if it's aside to their traditionalism, it stays there. So you know what this reminds me of? What Japan reminds me of? It's kind of like if you like fantasy, and the only type of fantasy you like is like steampunk or cyberpunk. So the reason why I say this is it is eclectically ornate and charming. It's not built for functionality specifically. Like, there's a lot of functionality in Japanese design, but functionality creates boringness. And we already talked about this, the American culture. Where there's a hyper focus on functionality, right? But Japan has like this combination of, there's certain things that are coincidentally functional, like vending machines and all that stuff. And then you have the charming aspect, because they're constantly very strong traditionalists. So you have things like stamps and tickets. And I'm like, okay. But you could not have tickets. I really like Japan. I'm telling you now, like, I don't mean to sound like I'm like playing down Japan or not. I think Japan is a stubbornly eclectic. It is absolutely a wonderful place that is stubbornly eclectic. And that stubbornness creates that uniqueness that is the Japanese culture. They are stubbornly in their ways, and they are internally innovative. Let's see. Because you literally don't know what they're saying. Yeah, they still use things, right? I guess you can have the right. Oh yeah, the penguin, right? Being a Japanese, have I told you you're going to Japan in April? Oh yeah, you did, Churn. So both of you are going to Japan. That's so amazing. I can't wait to hear about your trips to Japan. It'll be still like a year's out or so before I go to Japan. Yeah, Drama's going to Japan in January, by the way, Churn. Yeah. Nice cherry blossom tune. Yes. April. Right. And you're going to the golden week, and no school holidays, and the temp is like around 10 to 20 degrees Celsius, so you think is a good time to avoid that many crowd? Yeah. Golden week. I know it. Yep. And you're going to Kansai. Are you starting in Osaka? Churn, and then moving out from Osaka? Where are you going predominantly? I'm guessing that's probably one of your first stops in the Kansai area. Japan will be the furthest country you'll ever travel to. Really? Huh. And both of you are going for a week. Well, actually, Drama's going for 2 weeks. All right, you're going for 2 weeks, and you're doing 1 week in Osaka. Nice, and 1 week in Tokyo. First, Kyoto. Okay, Kyoto. Then heading downwards to Osaka. Okay. Last day would be closer to the airport. Wow, I can't wait to hear about it. Drama is going first. It's not a race, all right, guys. It's not a race, but it is a race. And I want you to unofficially compete with each other on who is more exciting stories when you come back. You heard me. No, I'm telling you now, if you two are going to Japan next year, both of you better race each other on making the best time ever, and then I want to hear, and I'm going to give you a rating, okay? I'm going to give you a rating. You guys are pitting against each other. Who can have the best time ever? Your challenge is to use your Japanese to order food, ask for directions. You don't have to take my opinion, but nada was not worth it. Oh, really? I hear a lot of the native content creators talk about nada a lot. That's interesting. Like a hidden gem kind of situation. Intriguing. Interesting. Huh. That would have been on my list. But you want to see the deer? I know, right? There's a lot of people and nothing happens. That sounds about right. But isn't that the good thing? Nothing happens. There's nothing hidden. Oh, nothing hidden. What were you expecting? May I ask, what were you expecting that was hidden? Like hidden gem? Oh, you're looking for like pleasant surprises, right? Is that what you mean? There wasn't anything like really pleasant about it. It's just the deer. So okay. You're going there for like half a day, you think. Oh, okay. Remember, guys, you're competing with each other, so I'm just saying. Akagamu? Kagamu. You want to see the mochi pounding? You gotta make your own experience for sure if possible. Own experience. That sounds about right for the Nara comment thing. Mochi pounding. You can do mochi pounding at home with your mother. I'm kidding. I don't know if you guys ever made mochi before. You can totally do that. Don't you want to get in on the action? I can see some injuries coming along, so maybe not the brightest idea. Take some notes for me, please. Like, oh, I set this to Gecko. He's a Belgium. When he was visiting and on a cruise. 3 things. Before you, like, when you go to Japan, I would love to hear a realization, like realization that comes from your language learning. I would love to hear a list of all your realizations from your maybe your recent year. Since you went last year, drama, maybe between last year and this coming year, what the realizations are. I would love to hear those. And of course, churn. This is what we all share in common. We have like some realization abilities for language learning, so it'll be really fun to hear if you have like a journal on the side or something. That'd be awesome. You mean you have 2 weeks and it's your second time and you think you're already winning? But since it's your first time, you think you'll be a tourist first and go into the famous tourist spots? Maybe next time you'll go to local places? Listen. I get to determine who wins more, okay? The first time can be transformative and electric compared to the second time. I don't know. I'm being cheeky. Obviously, try to enjoy your... I don't know if you guys are hyped, but I'm kind of just hyped for you guys. It sounds like an amazing time, even when it hasn't happened yet. Now bring that energy. I haven't traveled outside the United States since New Zealand. So it's been 17 years. It's been 17 years since I've been outside the United States. And when I was outside the United States, I was in New Zealand for 3 or 4 months on a study abroad program. So yeah, it's been a while. You guys kind of make me want to go, but restraint. It's in another 2 years. We're going to be traveling outside of the United States in another 2 years. 17 years? Dang, when you were born? Yeah. I have traveled around the Americas. So like I have been around in the continent, but I haven't traveled outside of the United States in 17. I've been technically outside of the country a couple of times, but drama travels a lot. Well, there you go. There you go. Super hype. Yeah, you gotta share. Discord. Yeah, Discord. Share. It like anything you find interesting. As you're European, it's also very, since you have open borders. I mean, we have to keep in mind that technically the United States have open borders too. If you know what I mean. Like if we're trying to make it fair about things, we're not really concerned about the traveling thing. I do travel fairly frequently back in the day. I'm just a lot older now and I don't travel as much. But when it comes to traveling to different places, that's a different story. But traveling to different, like traveling outside of a continent was what I was referring to. That's why you don't entirely dislike the US and EU comparison. Yeah, like the last time Chern mentioned that it would be the furthest he's left, like, is Malaysia. And what I did was I traveled to New Zealand. So like if there's any like furthest away in one direction and then furthest away back in the other direction, it'd be somewhere around Australia and New Zealand. So I haven't been outside of the continent in a very long time. And I would love to go to Japan if that was the next place. I mean, I kind of want to go to Hong Kong, and I actually kind of want to go to Malaysia too, or like Indonesia or Singapore. So maybe we'll have to, it'll happen. But for now, you guys, I'm looking forward to your travel pictures. Obviously make sure they're discreet. You want to go to China again, like you gotta, anything, like if you think something is weird, like you saw a frog on a sidewalk, tell me something about the frog. I look forward to your ramblings and shares. Dang, you guys have such an exciting life. Go. Don't like, I don't want to give you the misimpression. I'm not necessarily like, it's not the same thing as pining, but I like being excited for people to do things. I think just the idea that you guys are excited to travel makes me excited. So I like that. I like being around people who are excited about the things they're doing in life. It makes most things a lot more exciting. I know I said excited a bunch of times. Keep that excitement. I mean, Chern sometimes is a, Chern. Let's be real. You're a little Debbie Downer a lot of times. And I'm happy to see that you're talking about things that you're excited for. I can honestly tell you that it's wonderful to see other people excited about things and sharing exciting things. Your passport become the third strongest in the world. You're happy? Wait, what do you mean by that? Your passport became the third strongest in the world. Visa-free travel. Oh. Is that like some way of oh, that's interesting. Visa-free travel to the most countries. Oh, that's super neat. Yeah, I almost feel like United States passport is like the opposite right now. It's like trending in the opposite direction. You can search in the Global Passport Index website. Okay. Yeah, I almost feel like the US passport is like trending in the opposite direction. I'm laughing about it because what else can you do about it? Political tensions and geopolitics. Make it work. Make it work. German is also on 3rd place with 174. Interesting. Wait. Hold up. What are you looking at here? So you go on Global Passport Index website in before I dox myself. I'm kidding. Passport Index. Oh, that's neat. Oh my gosh, this map is awesome. Wow. Yeah, I'm not surprised. United Kingdom, like UK, Canada, and United States being around 8 and 9. Oh, interesting. Hong Kong is low. What's on the bottom? I was joking about the United States thing, but what's on the bottom? Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, yeah, Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen, yeah, North Korea. I see. Neat. Oh yeah, there's the Spain. Interesting. Spain. Oh, I'm gonna have to check out this website later. Really cute. You think the bottom ones are not surprising? Yeah. I usually try to look at the top and the bottom to get like a grasp of the range before looking at the mode. It seemed like the mode is around 3. Yeah, there's a large mode around 3. And then it looks fairly an even distribution, but for 3, the 3 category is... Yeah, I'm looking at the distribution of the numbers at the moment, or getting an idea of the distribution of the numbers. Interesting. I know last year you think signed an agreement to let you go to China visa-free 30 days, huh? Hey, you subbed close to a year ago, and although I haven't watched it, I'm so happy you keep going. Thank you, Thunder. Hello there, Thunder. Welcome. Also, you think the color changes the better the passport? Oh. Visa-free in China is called what is the second part? I know that's Mian, but what is the free something? Is that Jiang, Mian Jiang, or Mian Qian? Mian Qian probably, or something like that. Mian King, King. Oh, Qian, Qian. Okay, Mian Qian. Oh yeah, no worries. I'll be consistent for sure. Yeah. This website is awesome. I didn't know there was such a thing as this website. That's cool. That's neat. Oh, does that mean I can click on... Oh, that's neat. Oh. And then you can click... Oh, sorry. I'm saying like... Qianming, yeah, it's signature, yes. Let's see. So you can look at the breakdown of the place. Intriguing. Wow, 90 days visa free? Oh. How high does a visa free thing go? 180? I see 180. Oh, now I have a lot of questions. Yeah, I see one that has 180 at the high end and 30 at the low end. Very, very cool site. I think I'm quite enamored by the site itself. Thanks for sharing. Alright, let's get back to this. That I'm unaware of what's going on. Oh. Yajirushi.
Fuminsho.
不眠症。招待する。針金ね。
針金。
針金。長靴。
長靴。
長靴。Sometimes I have all like I'm a very patient person. However, whenever I hear someone else is going to do something, I become less patient. Like, why don't you just guys go to Japan now? I'm kidding. So that you can bring back stories so I can talk about them. No hurry. But I genuinely feel more excited knowing that you guys are going than not like hearing nothing about you. Something that you're not excited about. Like work. Dang. Work. If you want to hear something crazy, I look forward to going to work when I was maybe around your age.
想像力。
想像力。想像力. Actually like going to class. It's not the class part that I don't like going to when I like going to school. It's actually the other parts. So I have very fond memories of the actual class part.
眠い。
You like your work? Super chill? You sold me, drama. Listen here. If there's any fortune that I want to bless upon you, drama, if you say you like your work and it's super chill, I wish for the best of all things for you, because I think people who are able to find ways that they do what they have to do and still appreciate it and enjoy it, those are people you want to keep around, in my opinion. Like they radiate positivity, right? I was the I like to think I was that guy, but then again I sacrificed everything. So I'm the friend zone guy. When something goes bad, you're like the reliable person, and that was kind of me. I didn't want to. I was rarely the guy that is like making waves and stuff. But if there's someone in the workplace that's still there working because they like being in a workplace, it's probably me. I sort of almost got in trouble before because you're not supposed to be in like a workplace after hours because of liability things, so I need to be careful a lot of times. That whole 9 to 5 thing, I really do not do the 9 to 5 thing. I do like more like 18 hours out of 24-hour day wherever I go days. Like I genuinely like talking about work and the things that are going on in my head. In my opinion, it might be, you could say it might be born out of a coping mechanism, but if I don't talk about the things that kind of build up in my head or write things down, I've realized that I would end up being like very negative, or I would have problems with coping with all of that. So over the years, I became far more expressive, and I started writing things, categorizing things, expressing things, putting most of the things into some sort of creative project that I do on top of it. And that keeps me from being manic. When I was younger, I felt like mania was happening all the time. Like, you go to school, I really like the outlet that school provided, but it didn't provide enough outlet. Like, there wasn't, I know this might sound ironic, there wasn't enough stimulation. I was in the gifted program. That was really wonderful, I suppose. That left a lot more things to do, but I know the reason why I say it's ironic today is because I think there are kids that are overstimulated, right? In this day and age. I felt I was understimulated when I was early. So I had like a lot of delay. They're not permanent. Like, I don't have a mental disorder or anything like that. But I had a lot of delayed development, like emotional awareness, empathy. A lot of those things were very stunted when I was earlier because I was void of those things. So the things that make people's childhoods a little overstimulated, like being worried about the future, having like friends and stuff, those things occupy a lot of the child's early life, and I didn't discover those things. Like, I didn't engage in those things. So it constantly felt like I had more thoughts and more things to do, but no outlet for them. And then when I left the nest, that's when the outlet comes unplugged, and then when the rest is history. Every day is like a non-stop roller coaster ride of productivity. It was to the point where I stopped eating and sleeping for like barely slept and ate for quite some time. I was married to my job. I absolutely love collecting data. Sorry, I know I was like, I didn't really leave it at a concluding mark. It still exists now. Like, today is still the same youthful passion that I had when I left the nest. I think I've grown mentally younger. I've become more mentally closer to the desires of 20-year-olds than people who are settled down now, who are approaching their 40s and they kind of want to stick to their nostalgia, and they're like, I'm kind of diverting from that. Like, I'm playing catch up basically with my younger self, like high-fiving my theoretical younger self if he was stimulated a lot more. You guys have a lot of flex time system. If you work more, you accumulate hours and you can spend on vacation, for example. And yeah, you're getting forced to take a week. I have a German, well, I used to interact with this German guy for a very long time, for like over 10 years. Since then, we've been a little estranged from each other, and he explained that to me. He explained that system to me, the accumulated hour system. He spoke a lot about Germany with me in the 10 or plus years. Occasionally, we still talk to each other. However, he's kind of like doing his own thing. He's actually slightly younger than me, I think. And I heard about that, the flex time system. It was also available when he was working, where you're legitimately forced to take weeks off to distribute, like, it's distributing work hours while also maintaining possibly the work balance there. I think it's a very novel system. Very novel system. It might drive me crazy, but if I was 20 again, it probably drive me crazy, but at the same time, I could really appreciate it in my adult life. Like now in my 30s and 40s, I can really appreciate the idea of having a flex time system. I did 14 to 15 hour days every day. My parents, that's what I learned from my parents. When I was born, they worked in a they worked like their business and whatnot, eventually 13 hours a day every single day until I was 18, like nonstop. And then when I left to get to like start working on my own, that's what I did. Like 15 to 16 hours a day every single day. So, and hear me out. The working part is not exactly just the work, but I was working on myself 13 to 16 hours a day. So like, who needs sleep when you could be playing World of Warcraft in the time you should be sleeping while also studying for the next thing? So that kind of thing. You know, the play hard, game hard, but don't take care of yourself youth. That was me. Like, and when I see that in other people, my first thought is, hopefully you have a soft landing on your burnout, because I had a soft landing on my burnout, sort of. It was slightly a soft landing. It was kind of rough on it, but I did have a career burnout. And it's not burnout because it got dull, you know, the edgier, newer burnout where people lose passion of the thing and like they can't do it anymore because it doesn't have the same magic. That's not the type of burnout I'm describing. I'm talking about the burnout that you burn so hard you just can't do it anymore because it's too hard to sustain. Like you can't keep putting your body through and your mind through 16-hour days over and over again and expect that your biological side is going to say, no, you should stop. You should start eating healthier and like sleeping and knowing that resting is also productive work towards the future. So, you know, every time you go to bed, I know a goober. That same goober that we're going to go to the convention and maybe go to Japan in a couple of years together. That goober is the same goober that when he said this, is the same goober that I'm describing when I was younger. Sleep is a waste of time. If we didn't have to sleep, my life would be happier. Right? That was summarizing a thought that I would have when I was 18 years old. Eating is a waste of time because eating takes time away from the work. That was when I was younger. I was that hustle guy. Like the world is going to end tomorrow and my youth would disappear soon. Like, and I would be 16 years old and it's like, oh no, like in 2 years I'll be too old to be able to achieve my dreams and whatnot. That's before the internet. I had the internet hustle culture inside my blood veins before the internet did that already. And nowadays, it's a common thing. When you're young, you stay on the internet long enough, you're going to feel that anxiety constantly, every single time. When you start something, you go on the internet to find out what to do, immediately anxiety plagues you. Because you're looking at all the examples, you're looking at all the things that are going to happen or could happen or may happen, and you spend so much time inundated by what ifs and should be's and could be's. Yeah. You currently don't really enjoy playing video games because you always think that you're wasting your time not doing something productive towards your future. Exactly. That's in a nutshell for me. Like, hear me out. I said I played video games when I was growing up. Like, my father bought me a Sega Genesis when I was 5, and I talk about it in like retroactively whenever I play video games. I was I play video games regularly, actually. And to this day, it's still very difficult for me to play video games for enjoyment. I actually play video games unironically and also coincidentally as a way for me to rationalize it is that it helps me with a coping mechanism. Not in the same way as other people coping. So right now, video games is an excellent source to cope with negative stressors in the day, like escapism and whatnot. I actually play video games so I can engage in dumping a lot of my thoughts and expressive nature while committed to something that is supposed to relax me, like physically. So it's getting me to slow down. Like playing video games is helping me slow down my thinking because I don't want to have mania all the time. So it's still productive, and that's what I convinced myself. When I was a kid, I played video games because life sucked. And I'm not saying my parents didn't make my life awesome. Everything was provided for me. Like even despite being in like fights, you know, like low economic areas and all the racism and discrimination. The racism and discrimination, video games help me cope with that. Much like coincidentally, like other kids nowadays, where they use video games to cope with their negative stressors. The thing is, I never grew out of that. So now when I play video games, a lot of people would ask me things like, do you like, what kind of video games do you like? Like, what do you enjoy playing? And I often tell them, I try to find out if I can enjoy the video game. The reason I play video games is to help me find another outlet for my thinking process. So whenever someone says like video games is a waste of time, you have to, instead of doing something productive about it, I agree with you. If you believe that you will be less productive in playing the video games. Like for example, video games for me has often been about language and cultural exchange, game theory, design, habit formation, like how to create, how to use it as a catharsis source of self-discovery, problem-solving skills. That's what video games have been. So I play video games for those skill development. Enjoying the game is like number 5 on the list. It's a really low list. So oftentimes when people say like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy this game because I'm so hyped for it, I like it, I'm gonna buy the game to find out if I enjoy it. Like, it's not, I buy it because I'm going to enjoy it, because I need it. It's, I buy it, I look at it, I analyze it, I do something with it, and then that creates enjoyment. So even if the game is like the worst thing since sliced bread, analyzing the worst thing since sliced bread gives me enjoyment. I love doing the analyses of the game. So if someone is like building a game, for example, and they're like, I don't know what to do, my game's kind of garbage, I will play it and I'll find enjoyment in analyzing that game. The game itself, enjoyment can happen. However, it's rarely the motivation for me to play video games. I play video games to understand the production part of the video game. And that's the same for language learning, by the way. I don't learn Japanese because I'm looking forward to using it per se in Japan. I like learning Japanese because I want to learn how people are learning Japanese. So that's kind of the same way that I like most things. Like, I like to hear about your adventure and your Japanese trip and how you're learning Japanese drama, because I want to know how you work. I want to know and understand the things that move you and like try to get you to behave yourself, like the decisions you make. The things you do, they come after. As in, it's really interesting to know all those details, but I'm more interested in how you work as a person, the way you work. Like, how do I make, for example, if Churn is upset one day, if Churn asks me, hey, can you raise my spirit or make me happy? I want to know how to do that. I'm curious how people work, like their minds work. And that, to me, is a lifetime pursuit that doesn't ever get old. When you meet another person, you're doing it again. When you meet another person, you're doing it again. And you only get so far as the other person can reciprocate. So oftentimes, you don't run out of people to do that. And that is why playing video games is awesome. Because when you play video games, you also get to kind of learn about the developer. And then how the video game is marketed and sold. Kind of learn how the publishers do it. So you're kind of figuring out how humans work through their process. What they produce is fantastic. To me, it's like 20 to 30% of the picture. The other 70 to 80% is the people behind it. I talked to Procall the other day where Procall said that we were talking about established history versus establishing history, and then how we favor things. I favor people. If you ever give me a concrete only A or B, you can't have both, I choose people. I always choose people, and existing people over historical people. So that's kind of why life is so brimming with possibilities, largely because there's possibilities at every corner. You think for you it's also because you're on a deadline, so you feel pressured to be productive. That's understandable. Absolutely. And in the future, when I'm making a comment about things, it's going to be addressing and like framed around deadlines. Mika was here earlier, and Mika has a deadline too. Mika's going to Japan in January as well. Or doing something related to Japanese in January as well. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's an exam or something. All three of you are looking to have a super exciting 2026. For my 2026, the most important task right now is to try to plan out everything for Otakon, which is a 4-day weekend for the convention, the anime convention that's in the local area. It's one of the largest in the East Coast in the United States. It's one of like the 3-4 largest, right? And how am I gonna get sorted with my friend, the little potato goober, and how we're gonna plan that out? That's really exciting things. So that's what my 2026 is. Other than planning all of this stuff. This stuff is pretty exciting too, I guess. Not a competition, obviously. Not a competition. Good question. Alright. So is psychology. Yeah, so is psychology. My favorite thing, I know this sounds scary, and I agree with it. Like, people who have this power, this intuition, like people who do this stuff intuitively, I really do admire when they wield that to enable people to achieve great things. Keeping in mind with a grain of salt that where there are people who can do this, there are also people who have the capacity to manipulate for advantages, right? To take advantage of individuals. So I'm constantly in this space where you see how people are manipulating people for their own advantages and gains, and then you see people do amazing things to allow someone to grow beyond their prison, like mental prisons and physical prisons of them for themselves. And each and every day I tend to go back and forth, like remind myself, right, it's back and forth. And that is the thing that makes it so incredibly functionally productive whenever you do things. When you can get someone to feel good because they really want to feel good sometimes. That's amazing. And we already talked about this drama when you were talking about the motorcycle. That is a life calling, right? The gestures that create an understanding in which it's often with the greatest intent. And that intent can transfer accurately to your actions for the other person. Like sometimes, obviously, even if you try, you can worsen a situation, or you can feel the guilt of misguiding someone unintentionally, that type of thing. So it comes with the territory so often. And that's my personal pressure. My personal pressure to be productive is how effective I am when given the opportunity to talk to someone. So each and every day, it will feel like urgent pressure to try to continuously improve my way of having people share their awesome life with me. Like, vicariously. So that's why when Churn, you go to Japan, and Drama, you go to Japan, I expect a full detailed journal with some food pictures. I'm just saying, if you're gonna go eat, you gotta give me some details when you come back. It doesn't have to be pretty. You can describe how you dislike something if you want, but you gotta do that. You're always curious about anthropology, TPH? Yeah, I didn't take anthropology, but I took sociology instead. Sociology and psychology in college. And logical systems. So how to create logic in circuits, and then sociology is the study of like people and numbers, right? And then psychology. I don't think there was an anthropology class. Instead of something like that, we did classic Brit Lit and then music theory or music history in a way. Wakarimashita. Wakarimashita. Okay. Yeah, you better. Arigato. Arigato. Okay. If you are not already pumped, I'm sure you're pumped. Get pumped. Hear me out. It's not the same. This is not equivalent to having a parasocial relationship with someone else. That is very different. We have 3 levels now, right? We have 3 tiers. We have tier 1. You're going with, right? That's gold standard. You have tier 2, vicarious. These are redefined. I'm redefining these words. Vicarious relationship, and then you have tier 3, which is parasocial. And right now, we're here. So when you go to Japan, I want to have a vicarious experience about your trip and whatnot, right? And maybe, who knows, some crazy coincidences, there might be a go with or an experience together, right? XP together. And that can be done online, experiencing video games together, reading the same book together, that type of thing. That is still possible. And it's like in between, semi-vicarious, right? Parasocial, you have plenty of that. That's not where we're aiming for. The heck, toss out the parasocial relationship. You have plenty of those. You don't have to focus on parasocial relationship for it to happen. It is the internet standard. And I think there's way too much parasocial relationships right now. It comes to the point, the reason why I'm a little worried about this is when you are sad, parasocial relationships are the last things you want to rely on because there's no feedback going back to the sadness. You're on your own, right? Like when problems happen, right? I know I'm sounding a little more solemn. This also means that happiness and excitement represents the other way. So a vicarious experience has vicarious opposite effects too, right? So that's neat. And then of course you have your golden goose. Drama is bringing one of their shy friends along for the Japanese trip. They're the season trip. That's awesome. I'm not sure, Churn, if you're going with anyone. Are you going with your parents? I feel like, Churn, you're going with someone too, right? Gold standard. Right? So if I can't be there, if I can't be and join you guys, I most definitely would encourage you to bring me along vicariously. Like, give me a lens into it. Because in my opinion, that elevates things. If you have both tier 1, the more the merrier. I think tier 3 is not cutting it these days. Actually, I almost feel like people become sadder a lot of times. I think sadness and problems get exacerbated by parasocial relationship. Like maybe even envy and jealousy. But oftentimes is really, and you're going with your mom? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, there you go. What do you actually study in social studies? Because we don't have that subject here. Oh, social studies? Social studies in high school is culture. Culture centered. Culture, economics, government, Western heritage. So that's when you learn things like wars, politics, government, economics, and relevant cultural things. That's social studies. And they're broken up into different years. So like econ is a specific year. Like government, wars, and stuff is a specific year. And then culture and heritage is a specific year. And then they're still under the umbrella of social studies. So they are broken up eventually into these subjects, but they're all under the umbrella of social studies. Yeah. So when I was talking about like having to remember all the capitals of all the countries, all the major recognized countries in the world, that's social studies. I really liked them. I liked learning about the world. I didn't realize how much I liked about it. I didn't really make that much time for social studies. Would I have become a historian or an anthropologist or something? Probably still not. I think my passion for understanding how things work would have made me more so a computer engineer before computer engineering was like a big thing. Like I'm largely more of an engineer. Like my brain functions more like an engineer than a theoretical physicist or someone who's conceptually pioneering. Like I'm not a pioneer, someone who's like a visionary. I'm more of a mechanics person. I think in mechanics all the time. And not in like game mechanics. I think game mechanics only go so far, but more like human mechanics. Sounds interesting. Wish you had this subject. I'm not sure if you would have liked it as much because social studies for you, like what I would define as social studies would be like classic Chinese literature. Do you like it? I mean, you give me the impression that you don't like that stuff. Like it's like that stuff where you I hear me out. When I was growing up, and I'm not sure about drama in Germany, but Americans really think the social studies stuff is boring. Like, so basically you learn history, culture, war. It all ties around culture and stuff. So it's very boring to a lot of people because they're like, why do you even need to know this stuff? It's like, so what if the world wars happened and like there was dissonance between Japan and the United States? All that stuff that I still talk about today comes from my social studies, largely. So when we're talking about like the general perception of geopolitics, I think the vast majority of the stuff still comes from social studies. And you probably have already seen the depiction of the stereotypes of how Americans may be like completely detached or apolitical. A lot of times, like the vast majority of Americans are indifferent to culture, politics, religion, and geography. Even like those are the stereotypes. In the educational front, I think that's what most intellectuals talk about on their free time. But the intellectuals represent a smaller percentage of the American population. Like, for example, what percent am I part of? I think I would say it's not a good or a bad thing. It means I have less people to talk to. I would be in the 98th to 99th percentile of people in the United States. So there's not a lot of things to be talking about. Oftentimes, like what would I talk about if politics come up? Someone's gonna say something like President Trump, and my thought is that as deep as we're gonna go? I'm not sure if I should say anything because it could end up being argumentative or something like that. So when you're saying like if you you like social studies, that's why we're here. You know, maybe that's why the three of us seem to connect with these type of conversations. I enjoy social studies far more than I thought I would. Like now, like when I was a teenager, I thought I liked social studies, but I didn't pursue it. Now I like it even more than ever. And then throw in dashes of psychology, neurobiology, right? The stuff that I more focused on, like chemistry, biology, statistics, that type of thing. But social studies involve those things. Sociology involves population statistics, like the stuff on the internet that people enjoy seeing, like trends, statistical averages, subscribers, viewership, like rates, like the algorithm. That stuff is social studies. So nowadays I feel like there's a shift. What you learn in social studies is very relevant to understanding population statistics online, like politics and political views and side views and which side you on, moderacy, like left, right, conservatism versus liberal studies, and how like understanding that an echo chamber, what an echo chamber is, and a niche population versus industry, like mainstream industry versus a private ownership. That type of stuff is all in social studies now. Like that's the social studies. And because of, in my opinion, the landscape of the internet now, I think that stuff is a little bit more appealing than it was before. Before, people weren't as connected. Before the internet, there was less awareness of a bigger world, right? Interconnected, intercultural communication, the blending and mixing, and like vigorous contentions between perspectives and stuff, they weren't connected yet. So when I was growing up, since those things are not there, most people didn't care. And that's where the stereotype continues to be perpetuated, because I think still the vast majority of Americans still live in the older generation of stuff, right? The generation where they are more interested in the immediate environments, the things that make them happy, the simpler, simpler, peaceful paradise that is a bubble, right? And that's great. They're happy, they're sustainable, they're not like detrimental to anything. However, in the greater scheme of things, if you belong to a country that is highly multicultural and you belong to a generation that is incredibly integrated with online culture and the mixing of cultures, social studies is a brilliant place. it makes sense of the world, and it makes sense of the things that make the internet the internet. You start understanding far more. Your mind becomes a lot more flexible and open-minded when you understand how social studies work, because it represents what the internet is. The internet is a collage and a mosaic of social studies. And I still use it to this day. I keep telling people, though, that I haven't pursued social studies. So you would still have to take most things with a grain of salt. But it is fun to hear culture stuff from people. Chern has told me more about Malaysian, Chinese Malaysian than I've had from a textbook, for example. And drama, of course, you're adding to the ye old German, but your parent, you have a Russian parent as well. So that's kind of all under social studies. What we talk about, like being interested in Japanese culture, that's social studies. It's so, I think it's really ironic, or maybe ironically coincidental. If I ask my peers now from the high school that I grew up in, they probably don't. Maybe their immediate heritage. Something related to their immediate heritage, but nothing else. Like they are far more selective about, oh, I only care about the culture that I'm tied to, as opposed to like the constant intermixing and interplay between cultures. Which anthropology is basically would tackle that question. So will sociology. So interesting. What do you learn about, like, what are your classes called? You like learning about every country culture? Yeah, that is basically what social studies is supposed to do. What countries do you study most of the time? Like, why do they act like this? Yep, that's it. And like, I can tell you now, my classmates, they just find that stuff so boring. Like, really boring. When I was reading about the Civil War, like the American Civil War, and like the American Revolution, like the British and English conflict, right? Like British and American conflict and whatnot, my thought is like, dude, what a wild time. Then we go into like World War I, World War II, like, man, yikes. And then we started in Mesopotamia, by the way. So in my high school, the first place we do is we do the Fertile Crescent, right? Like this thing, right? Mesopotamia, and then Sumerian. We start with the Sumerians and Mesopotamia. And then we moved on. Eventually we get to Persia, Persian Empire, and then the Roman Empire, right? And then Roman Empire branches into modern empire building, which you had like Byzantines and whatnot, which is where the UK, like Britannia and stuff. So it kept going. And then if you expand east, you get to dynasties, right? That's when you start learning about the Chinese dynasties. And then over across the pond would be the shogunate, right? And all of this stuff I was still interested in because I played video games as well. Age of Empires. Like, Age of Empires. This is Age of Empires. Which, in college, I took a class on modern empires. And all we did was we talk about modern empires. The United States is one of the lasting modern empires. Right? So is Germany. The UK. Right, so that's kind of, we don't use these terminology anymore, but it's really neat. You can't blame the American. Those taxes are crazy. To BH, a lot of things happen because they tax the poor. Yeah, colonialism. So learn a lot about colonialism. Yep. And then the cycle is different. Like for example, Philippines. I've recently met a Filipino, right? The US and Philippine interaction. Or isolationism. is something that would be really interesting for you to read about, because isolationism, one of the greatest examples of long modern isolationism, was Japan. And then obviously US was the one that pretty much the big like last thing to break Japan's isolationism, long period of isolationism. Maybe even something like the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine is a great concept. Manifest Destiny. So you get to learn about Manifest Destiny. There's so many interesting things through the history of politics and geopolitics that isn't like current politics. Have you seen Dogen's newest video about Japan? No, but I saw some of them. He started a new series that tried to cover aspects of Japanese culture. Most of the Japanese stuff that I listen to comes from Kyota. I forgot his last name. Kyota Ito. He's a author. He writes about Japanese culture as well. I don't know if you've ever seen Kyota Ito, but he's like this silver haired, like white haired guy, and he's usually wearing a kimono. But he talks about like stories and clips and stuff and bits of Japan's things. And it reminded me, it's coincidental because I've been watching him before Dogen started doing his new series of it. On the rise of anti-foreigner sentiment? Yes. And by the way, I already knew of that. The anti-foreigner thing. I did watch it too. It came up on my stream. It came up on my feed. But I had the same narrative. I already have the same narrative. So most of the stuff he says is very warranted. And Dogen is American, I'm pretty sure. And this thing, the anti-foreigner thing, if you know US history, right? Or even New Zealand history, and maybe even German, right? Like you're German. There's parallelism. And UK, Japan is experiencing it now. This is what happens when you have a quote-unquote influential pocket, and then there's an influx of outside influence, right? Germany had that recently, Syrian conflict. The Syrian conflict in Germany, right? US, obviously, Mexico. It's still ongoing, right? So this kind of stuff happens, and Japan is the new wave in it. It's very interesting. It's actually completely different than you would have expected. What do you mean? How like, may I ask what was it that you think it would, like, in what way is it completely different? I've been talking about this for some time. It has little to do with foreigners. Actually, I disagree. Well, not the Dogen thing, but I disagree that it has very little to do with foreigners. You might be talking about like maybe the age thing, like traditionalism versus like modernization. I think Dogen presents an interesting angle with the anti-foreigner sentiment, but I actually think it does a lot to do with foreigners, but not necessarily foreigners in the sense of there are foreigners in Japan, but it's more due to cultural penetrance. And like the clash between modernization and traditionalism. I'm not a historian or sociologist. I don't actually know the technical terms for these. However, it's been a while. I've been keeping an eye on that type of thing. Because I kind of want to visit Japan at some point. Like, I'm kind of curious what angle you're talking about that is completely different, and why you believe it has very little to do with foreigners. I kind of disagree with that statement. Especially the little part. It has a lot to do with foreigners, or even significant. It's not little, but it doesn't all have to do with foreigners. Like, it's not all because of foreigners. It's not all, it's not little. It's significant and possibly a driver. So I'm kind of curious what you mean by it has little to do with foreigners. What is this? This is extreme, right?
極端
Ton. Marrying? Oh, wait. You mean it has little to do with foreigners marrying, actually? Wait.
Sentan
I skipped a message? It's actually completely different than... No, I don't see a message. I think one of the messages are lost on YouTube. The messages is 138. It's actually completely different than you would expect it. You expect it. I has little to do with foreigner, actually. And then you have in a correction, marrying. And then you said you skipped a message. I don't see any other messages. I mean, YouTube could have hit the fan and dropped one of the messages, but there isn't any message between... You resended it? I don't see anything. Oh, okay. I think it has something to do with YouTube filtering. You might have said something that got auto-filtered. Or like political intrigue or something. I don't know. YouTube can do certain things when it comes to talking about geopolitics. So there is a chance that it was just auto-censored. You might have triggered one of the keywords. Maybe it has something to do with some sort of word choice. But you can send it to me and I can see it. Has to do with... Oh, yeah, cult. And yes, with the... What you said deals with foreigners still, but I think you and I have different classifications of what foreigner is anymore. Like if you move to Japan and you live there, do you think you're a foreigner? And also, that thing that you're talking about, yes, it does exist. I don't necessarily think that is the reason for the source of the anti-foreigner sentiment. It does have to do with traditionalism, though. You're trying to... That's difficult to do. Then I can simply rewatch it again. What I'm saying is I'm not adding to any of Dogen's things. But are you telling me... Oh, are you saying his video has very little to do with foreigners, actually? Is that what you're saying? Because what you described, or tried to describe with Dogen, that deals with foreigners. Okay, So what you described to me, that you're trying to summarize Dogen, that deals with foreigners. Like, so the thing that we might not be agreeing on is, I don't know if you know what you consider as foreigners compared to me. So what is your like, what do you think is classified as foreigners? Like, for example, I am a foreigner. To the lens of Japan and Korea. What I mean is, if I am born in Japan or in Korea, but I look like a foreigner, then I am a foreigner. And what happens is, this is bred as an anti-foreigner perspective. Everyone not born and raised in that country, yeah, so that's where we don't agree. And that's probably why you and I don't see eye to eye about what Dogen is saying. The anti-foreigner sentiment is the traditionalism versus modernization, and the intrigue behind foreigner culture. So you could still be within a country and still have anti-foreigner sentiments. There's anti-foreigner sentiments in the United States as well. And the current one that is currently happening is Hispanics. Yeah. My parents traditionally also have a bit of that too, in the sense that especially when you're having a conversation between the three circles. I kind of alluded to this before, which is Korea, Japan, and China. And this still exists now to this day, and I totally understand. And it's a very sensitive topic, so we're probably just gonna leave it at that. What is a great way to say anti-foreigner in Germany? East and West? East and West Germany? But in an even more visceral and anti way, like propagandistic way. So something like East and West Germany. That's anti-foreign. That's the anti-foreigner sentiment that's I think Dogen is trying to portray, but in a Japan and Korean relations way. Kinda like China and its providences situation. I understand what you mean though. Like it has very little to do with you moving, like a German moving to Japan situation. Not this foreigner. Understandable. So he wasn't talking about this type of foreigner thing. And for me, this was part of the narrative. So what I mean is, it is involved in Japan's portrayal. Like, if you understand the relationship between Korea and Japan, you can also appreciate why this is a problem they're facing. It's tied to what the US is as well. The US history involves this too, which is tied to the foreigner from outside as well. So what I'm saying is, what you're thinking about is the grounds for the narrative that I'm thinking is going to happen soon in Japan, which is already starting to happen. It's New Zealand as well. New Zealand was Aussie, UK. That's where New Zealand came in. And during the time when I was 21, this conversation happened. And then there's still more. There's Maori, the indigenous people. And that's what happened in the US. I'm not sure if it happened in Germany. I don't know enough about Germany's history, but I'm doing it from the perspective of the United States because I lived in the United States, right? Yeah, I understand. I think it does. So the video is good, but it does have to do with the other one, the other foreigners. The perspective that they have is very strong, and it's even stronger or easier to circumnavigate when you're a foreigner, like you're outside and raised in a different country. It's even tougher and even more ingrained when it's just like a lot of fake news around it. And if people find out that you want to go to Japan, they'd be like, haha, very bad time, you're gonna get evicted the second you land. There's a lot of fake news about it. How do you fake the news? Are you talking about like the comments? I guess. I'm not sure if that's fake news. That's more like opinions. But I guess that's what fake news is. Just opinions. Or misunderstood. Misinformation. Well, not misinformation, just misunderstood, yeah. Because I don't think there's any misinformation from those things. Yeah. To me, what you describe is as trivial, in my opinion, as a macro country with stereotypes. Like what you did with the metric system. That's what that is, in my opinion. I know I'm trivializing comparing a triviality with something, but the idea of those fake news carrying weight like that is experienced in most countries that interact with foreigners, if you know what I mean. So the idea that you mentioned that it has nothing to do with, right, it has nothing to do with foreigners. With people outside, right? Outside of Japan. Is literally the fake news. Yeah, a little. That's fine. You're being technical just like you're being technical about other things. So it has little to do, and I believe that is erroneous. That is fake news. So when you're trying to reflect on something, what you said about fake news is also fake news. That's an opinion you have about the news. It has a lot, like I would argue, it has a significance. Otherwise, this fake news wouldn't exist. So it's kind of humorous because we're arguing in a circle, and it does argue in a circle. Even if it's little or no, and you're correcting me on that, which is, I feel, a little bit teensy bit of a jab, but I will argue with a jab of my own. When you say that it has little to do with foreigners, you just presented fake news that involves having a lot to do with foreigners. So, which one is it? If you're concerned about the fake news, then it has something to do with concern about the foreigners. The foreigners that Dogen doesn't and not referring to. And I don't actually agree with either of these. I actually think it's very significant. Not from the angle of Dogen and you, from all of this. This is my narrative. I'm worried about this. Like, I agree with you. Dogen didn't say anything about it, but I am worried the same way you are. And that's why it is not a little thing. It is a very, to me, being in the United States, it's a big thing. This stuff can spiral so hard. So I agree with you in the sentiment. Like, I empathize with you that you would be concerned. You'd be concerned about Like very bad. Because what do you think of the United States? Like, if a German had to make a comment on the United States about their immigration policy, like, I mean, what do you think? I'm curious. Like, I think you would probably say the same thing. Like, the internet would turn whatever you hear internally. I can't write this on the screen, but a specific organization, and you ask your German friends or people in Germany or people on the internet, if you mention this organization's name and it's internal, it's completely internal, it's unrelated to people traveling and being legally able to immigrate to the United States, right? But that's not what people are saying online about the United States and immigration. So what happens to the United States? Don't go to the United States, because the United States is filled with undiversified people. But now let's compare it to, let's kind of compare it to Japan. Which country do you think has less diverse people? You're not too familiar with US immigration, but you're not fond of going to the US in the near future? That is your choice. At least you're making a choice not based on that thing. But I would like to say that it probably is. Largely because of the dissonance you're being exposed to each and every day. So, for me, that's exactly what's happening to Japan. Or, it's quote-unquote similar. It's the playing grounds for what's happening in Japan right now. Put more lenses on a country, and the internet has ways of revealing similar things. So while you're not fond of going to the United States in the near future, that reveals to me that your defense for Japan is something that's partial, which is fine. The United States don't have defense from you, but Japan does, because you're more fond of Japan. And it deals with optics, in my opinion. Social studies. It deals with social studies. What are your optics on Japan? It's rosy. It's very colorful. But we know in reality that every country has its ups and downs and its problems with traditionalism and diversity. And politics and religion and all that stuff. Right? But it's good to know that you have, I'm not here to convince you that you should consider visiting the United States in the near future. But hear me out. The way you think Japan is happening, and you think that is not representative of other countries encountering the similar problems, I think that's a foreigner's perspective on something. Maybe living there, I look forward to hearing what it becomes when you live there, because you do plan on moving to Japan. So I'll look forward to your insights and your nuances about a German living in Japan. I can't speak for Japan. I'm offering a different perspective from living in a country that has an uncanny resemblance to what's going on right now that Dolgan covered by coincidence. I don't know if you know about the Korean thing in the United States. I got an essay. I'm not sure if you've read this essay before. It's called, I think it's called The Myth of Asian Superiority. The Harmful Myth of Asian Superiority. That is something that I would say hits really home with the Dogen thing right now. You think it's again different from me as student living there and a residence with permanent? That's the very reason why it's related. Yeah. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it has everything to do with you thinking it's different. The thing that they're talking about is because it is considered just like that. When you're doing that, it's the people, not the location. It's the idea of the people. My parents bring this up from time to time because of, you know, I'm unmarried, right? I'm still single, and I'm born in the United States, right? But that discussion happens in a incredibly Eastern, traditional, monocultural country. So the very nature that you're differentiating is it's getting closer to why that is an anti-foreigner sentiment. Because you are different. Shoot. What? Oh, I typed that twice. It'll be interesting. I look forward to hearing how, again, you think it's different, right? Like, that's what I'm looking forward to hearing. It's no different than hearing a permanent resident talking about it, because I actually think it's important to know the difference. Otherwise, you would have anti-foreigner sentiments if you don't understand the differences. Being different doesn't necessarily excuse you from appreciating the differences. At least in my opinion. So it'll be interesting to hear from your perspective. Oh, also, by the way, if you think it has little to do with anti-foreigner sentiments, I respect that. Like, I'm not going to try to change your mind. You can continue to presume and believe that. It's good to know that that's what you think. And then I shared my piece about it, obviously. Increase. Is it? Oh no. Oh, it's
マス
it's Well, I want to know why it's different. I think that's a better way to like summarize what I'm saying. You don't think you have enough knowledge about the entire situation in the form of propaganda? I was just representing Dogen's perspective. That so he was saying it has little to do with anti-foreigner perspective? Is that what you're saying? Like, he himself said that it has very little to do with anti-foreigner sentiments. I'll have to watch the video again. I disagree with him. I disagree with him. Xenophobia is at the source of it. Oh, hear me out. Hear me out. I think I know why he said it though. He's talking about, he's countering what you are talking about. He is trying to correct the record. Like, I understand what you're saying now. Dogen made a video to address, oh no wait, I remember the content of this video now. Yeah, because Dogen he was addressing the anti-foreigner sentiment. And what the title is supposed to say is he's addressing the internet's anti-foreigner sentiment from Japan, as in the representation of it, by talking about the thing that you were referring to, the Korean Japanese thing. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I agree that is a different thing. But I actually don't think that's the only thing that's happening. Like, I think this thing represents why there is that. Like, these aren't mutually exclusive of each other. But if Dogen is suggesting that, then that's a little confusing. Dogen, in my opinion, is probably suggesting that the internet's viewpoint has little to do with it. And I get it. That makes sense. Like, I get that. I get that part. Like, whatever, like, oh no, Japan is gonna, deport you. That thing has little to do with this. As in, the internet perspective is misguided. It's misunderstood. However, this thing is anti-foreigner. So I'm not sure if he covered that. Well, we'll see. Like, I don't remember if he said anything about the nature of this. Yeah, so the internet's anti-foreigner thing, yeah, I get that. It's coming from somewhere else though. So, just for the record, like, it has little to do with that, but the perspective, like the internet's view, right? The internet's viewpoint, while it doesn't relate to what Dogen is saying, in my opinion, there are other things that are feeding into this perception. So while it might not involve with what Dogen is talking about. So he's focusing on an issue that's happening, right? And he noticed that there's a connection to, like, some people are referring to it. There are other reasons as well that are contributing to anti-foreigner sentiment. And it would be interesting, I don't know if he continued to talk about it or not, where he talked about other things that are feeding into it. But for me, it's the question of ageism, traditionalism, favoritism. There are other things that are feeding into it. Not about deporting and whatnot, but feeding into making it a less ideal place for foreigners. And that is something that's completely separate from whatever Dogen's talking about. So I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not actually making commentary on, like, the relationship between these two. I do know that the thing that Dogen is talking about is also going to be the root, one of the roots of anti-foreigner sentiment. And one of the great ways to talk about this stuff is looking at, like, Chinese relations with Korea and Chinese relationships with Japan. Or we can bring Churn into this and talk about like Taiwan and Malaysia. They talk about saying gaining a lot of votes because of foreigners like you, which is wrong. Okay, so you say it is wrong. How do you know? Or how does he know? Does he, I don't know, does he speak to like public officials or something? Or did he have some sort of like census data that demonstrated that foreigners don't contribute to anything or something like that? I don't actually know how you know it's wrong. I kind of thought these voting things are like anonymous. Maybe I don't understand the Japanese voting system, but I like to think that voting systems are like anonymous. That's interesting.
立つ
Dialed instead of dialed. Oh wait, oh no, that's just to break contact. Break off contact. The amount of seats the LDP lost because of the stuff, but that doesn't explain how it's wrong. Like, I'm debating on whether it's both or even neither. Neither what he said nor that. But instead of saying it could be both, you're saying it is wrong. So that means it can't possibly be true. So it can't be true. And when you say someone lost a seat in the LDP, that doesn't prove that it's wrong. That foreigners vote for things and votes for them. Unless it actually literally shows that they don't. I don't know if you can. That's the question. I'm not sure if you can know that it is wrong or right. I'm taking a chapter from like the United States, I guess. Like, the voting system in the United States, there is self-administered like classification, so you can know like the Asian votes, for example, the African American vote, I guess, and then the Hispanic votes, for example. And a lot of times policies and whatnot can shift minority, quote unquote, minority votes, which that's what we're talking about here, foreigners, minority votes, right? And it's, even if the percentages shift, it's very difficult a lot of times to actually know their contributions. But I would imagine these numbers exist in Japan's elections, and that's what they're using to say, yes, it's wrong. Foreigners don't favor either of the things or whoever's voting because there's like a, I don't know, a normal distribution or something. Compared to like previous years, like prior elections. Again, I'm not a politician in Japan. I'm not even a politician, nor do I understand the voting systems that well in USA. I do understand that when something is wrong, there would be a standard. I don't think we're on the same page. We're not on the same page. You just dropped this subject? Okay. That's an impasse. Feels a little bit of a missed opportunity. But when you use votes, there's a counting of votes from foreigners. At least that, I feel like, that's non-negotiable. If we're not on the same page about foreigners voting and where it counts the voters, you can't say anything is wrong if you don't actually have proof that it is. It's speculation. So if there are like 100,000 foreigners classified as foreigners in it, and no, not in that sense, then how can foreigners have an impact or not impact? It's neither wrong nor right. Has nothing to do with foreigners having impact or not. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm getting at. I think we're on the same page. Like, we're on the same page. It has nothing to do with it. You can't say anything about it, because if you're saying that that's not what you're saying, foreigners don't literally vote for representative, then it can't possibly affect it in that way. Right? Like, so your wording for voting is not that the voters, the foreigners, don't actually vote directly for a seat, right? So they can't impact directly, right? I agree with this. So is wrong, I guess, that the voter can't directly impact the vote of the seat. It has nothing to do with them when it comes to that. If it was that simple, that would have been the end of it. But who is doing the voting? What kind of representative is doing the voting? Or are you saying there's no voting at all? Because the representatives can be influenced by the conditions of the country. I mean, you could go as far as saying, well, then maybe Japan's country and representatives don't consider foreigners as a contributor, so they don't cast their votes with foreigners in mind. That's also possible. I don't know how you're going to prove that or disprove it even, Like, again, I still don't know enough about Japan's thing. But when people vote, like in the US elections, you could say, like, people vote for the president, for example. They actually don't vote for the president. They vote through representatives. So who picks whatever that person is? Who picks the seats? Are they representatives? If they are, then yeah, I agree with you. The foreigners have very little to do with anything. Like, because the foreigners don't actually directly pick the seats. If the representatives use platforms that represent something that's influenced by the foreigners, then while they don't really directly affect the voting thing, I don't know if this is true or not. Like, I don't know. Which is, I guess I'll go and find out. I'll go and find out later by myself and see and watch the Dogen video again, I suppose. I don't know how much he went through that thing. I'm not even sure if that's interesting. The citizens votes parties, and the more votes they have, the more seats they get. Okay. So foreigners aren't considered citizens. Right? In order for the foreigners not to have any impact on the parties, they don't vote in it directly. So I agree with you if they don't vote in it directly at all. You're not talking about foreigners voting or having an impact. Okay. All right. Okay, so you want to separate that for now. That's fine. Okay, so the citizens vote parties, and more votes they have, more seats they get. And now I'm making it about it because that's where this is coming from. If the citizens vote for parties, how does the foreigners not have anything to do with it? Because if he's saying, I don't know if you're saying is wrong or he is saying it's wrong, but that's interesting. Like, I don't understand how they have an impact or not, but that sounds like they would have an impact. Maybe not an impact that is significant. Maybe it's negligible. We'll have to revisit this topic some other time, I suppose. It's about the Senseito, the NT got a lot of votes. Okay. Okay. So how do they know that the foreigners didn't vote? Or, like, I just don't understand. Like, how do you know? And that's not entirely because the citizens hate foreigners in general. That has very little to do with it. Now I'm on the other end. Like, that's speculation. It's speculation on all ends. That's so weird. Is that the counter argument? The counter argument is speculation. Interesting. Yeah, it is. I will have to learn a little bit more, but that's speculation too. Well, you said not entirely, so I'm okay with that. Like, you know, not entirely. The question is, right?
捻挫
Enza. 中国
中国製
I like talking about politics in a relatively like rational manner. So if you find this a little bit emotionally distraught, we can most certainly not talk about it. And Doge answered that is not just because the people are against foreigners. Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Okay. So what the internet is, so hear me out. It's not just, right? Not just. That means the other thing is not wrong. It's sorta inaccurate. Or maybe a better, in my opinion, a more acceptable way that makes me feel like I'm not confused is it's not the complete picture. So people have an incomplete picture of the factors that go into voting for people. And then like how they got more seats. It's not the... We can say it like that. I would like to say it like that because when you say is wrong, that is misinformation. I don't think it's disinformation. I actually think it's misinformation. Where someone wants to use someone else's words to say something that they didn't say. Right? Like the image is incomplete, and I totally get that because that's exactly what I'm saying. Like I don't actually know how you know this. How does the internet even know this? That's kind of weird. Like I don't understand how people are able to determine either or.
なぜなら
I imagine it's more complicated than that. At least in my opinion. I imagine it's more complicated than that.
極める
One minute. Oh, they tripled their seats? Oh, okay. So there's a lot of things going in. Like, that's a powerful force. Which may include foreigners. But it's definitely not just that. I totally agree with you. Like, for example, which sounds a lot. Yeah, but because it sounds a lot, it includes that, right? It's likely to include that. But they didn't have a lot in the first place. I agree. Okay. So, oh, you mean that the tripling thing? I think it's still a lot. Like, say they have 1 seat. And then they have 3 seats. And it's not a lot because maybe, let's just say they have 100 seats total. I don't actually know how many seats there are, but I'm using like House of Representative situations. But let's just say in order to make your statement true, tripling, they don't have a lot of seats to begin with. So it's not really a lot because the total number of seats is a lot, right? A lot more than the actual. We can adjust these numbers, but I'm choosing an extreme case to make the logic flow. So this would be an extreme case where tripling, they now have 15. Okay, so let's just say this is 5 and this is 15, right? And then this is 248. That is small compared to this because 15 over 2, right? That is less than 10%, right? Less than 10%. And then this is the tripling, the 3x, right? This doesn't explain if it has anything to do with foreigners. It also doesn't confirm it either. it neither proves nor disproves that foreigners had anything to do with this, right? So when I heard earlier, when you say foreigners have nothing to do with this, my problem is, what? How do you know that? I don't understand. And because I don't know that, I get where Dogen is coming from. Because I don't know how the internet knows either. But Dogen doesn't know either. He can suggest a lot of things, and so can the internet suggest a lot of things. But they're both guessing. Right? They're both guessing. Now, one is arguably a little bit more consistent than the other. I don't know which one it is. Like, I'm not playing favorites here. The idea is, I have no idea how people even know that this has anything to do with anything. Like, if Dogen tried to explain something, that's a guess. That's a summation. It's an assumption that he's making, or a presumption. A likely case, it deals with something that he was sharing. Right? Unfortunately, in terms of the world of politics, it's interesting to know what evidence both sides have of the argument. It does make me feel really interested in all the theories with this that is contributing to this. That's really interesting. 15. The best example I have for this is I think like New Zealand. I think they have like a group where you have a disproportionate too. You have like 50 and like 30 or something. I'm making up points. But then there's like 5. And 5 is a representative of Maori, as in the indigenous people situation. I'm making up these numbers. What I'm trying to illustrate is that the indigenous people have a significantly lower representation because they, despite having presence in the place. And then we have like Kiwis, which is an NZ, and then we have the English Empire, right? The UK, right? And that's interesting if this suddenly shoots up to 15, for example. And then you could argue that, oh, it's because Maori people have something to do with it. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe, yes. It's logical that it would have something to do with it. And I'm guessing that's what Dogen is doing. Dogen is trying to explain something that is more likely to be the case. More likely to contribute to it. Or maybe he's spending the whole time saying, well, it's definitely unlikely to be just foreigners. And I like that. I think that's very reasonable. That is suggesting, but you believe most, perhaps the overwhelming majority of Senate supporters voted the way they did, not because they have an issue with people like you and me, but because they were deeply frustrated with the LDP, with many people see as a... Okay, right? So he has reason to believe. Well, that's Dogen's words. I get it. So he has reason to believe that it deals with traditionalism. Basically, old guard versus new guard, right? Old guard versus new guard. That doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to do with foreigners. It could be insignificant. I would totally agree. I would be able to accept that it's insignificant. As in, okay, maybe it's not just foreigners. It's not the major driver. the major driver is that it's the old guard versus new guard situation, change versus traditionalism. But a lot less than the make it out to be. Yeah, I'm okay with that. If the internet is focusing on something else, it doesn't mean they're wrong. Like, is wrong. The degree, yeah, sure. I understand. Right. I understand. This, by the way, and I'll throw in my little, like, I will throw in my 2 cents, and I know I'm gonna sound very political about this. When we have old guard versus new guard, oftentimes new guard is a reflection of immigration or foreign policy, so to speak. Foreign policy. And in politics, at least in my opinion, whenever I see like the new guard gain seats, I can kind of see where they're coming from. Where like foreign policy is favorable to something that favors new guard policy. Old guard policy tends to be conservative. And conservative are often associated with, it's not necessarily anti-foreigner, but more like apathy. They're focused more on conservation, not in anti, and this is how I agree with it like the likelihood of Dogen's suggestion is that it's not they're anti-foreigner. Like, for example, right, the old guard that has most of the seats, right? They have the rest of the 200 plus seats. Is that they are less concerned with foreigners, of their policies. So to me, it's more like there's more important things to deal with. The old guard is considering a lot of things that are far more higher priority than foreigners. They can choose to care about foreigners, but they are certainly not anti, at least in my opinion. If there's a different spin on this, right? And then the new guard, I wouldn't say is immediately assumed that it's pro foreigners, because you can't know. In order, they would have to be pro foreigners in order to also gain the foreigner vote. So I would even say, you can go as far as even saying this, is the new guard have any platforms that even make them favorable to foreigners? It might not even be true in that way either. So you can weaken the internet argument by showing that whatever the new guard is, which is the party, sorry, I'm not familiar with this stuff, the Santo, right? They might not even be pro foreigners. Saito, like they might not even have policies that help foreigners. Like, you can look into their platform and see if they're even supporting the foreigners. That's a way to weaken the argument too. I think this is really interesting. This is super. I'm all caught up in this. I'm like really invested. I'm sorry if, like, I want to apologize in advance if this feels very discomforting. Like, I like tackling these type of things. Like, what do we know? Like, so far, I would love to find out if what's another way to look at it. Does a new guard even have pro foreigner policy in order for foreigners to even have a reason to be voting? Now, here's a twist. Here's a fun twist. What if the foreigner vote is doing the anti perspective? So this happened in the United States too, where you can have like I know I'm using the United States as a voting thing, but like United States have many of these these things back and forth all the time. So it's kind of neat to draw the parallels. What if like there was a election before where it's not about who you're favoring, but who you're not favoring. And oftentimes when citizens vote in the United States, like for minority votes and whatnot, they tend to pick the thing they hate more, or like they disagree with more, as opposed to saying, oh, they're voting because they support the platform. So if this is absent, they could be voting in a way to offset the offset preserving what is. So that can happen too in minority voting. I kind of pay attention to minority voting. Again, I'm not like an activist or something like that. I tend to pay attention to minority voting because Asian Americans represent like approximately 5% of the minority vote, and oftentimes my parents are voting citizens in like their American nationalized, so they have the right to voting. And when they vote, sometimes they vote based on change, like which one creates change. If they vote for something that exists already, it would not include changes for the minorities in the country. So if you have an old guard vote, then the case is that it is unlikely to change. And it's not necessarily because they're anti-foreigner, and this part is like pro-foreigner. It's change versus no change. Like keep the status quo versus changing. And that, to me, it's the Democrats versus the Republicans oftentimes. And that's really fun. I didn't realize I'd be so interested in Japanese politics. Maybe I should read more about Japanese politics. And I can't wait to hear what you think about it when you're like living there. Are you interested in Japanese politics? Drama? Is that why you brought up the Dogen thing? I'll watch the video again and we can chat about it. It's actually kind of exciting. I'm more confused. Like, I'm more like interested because there's so many unknowns about it. But I definitely worry about the optics. You wasn't, but you think it's very interesting that what Dogen said. Yeah. Like, hear me out. Here's a really fun little thing. I'm not sure if you're interested in these things, but there's a short essay. It's like 1,000 words or something. It's called the myth of Asian superiority. And now we're in it, so why not go deeper? I'm glad you think so too. I actually had this same discussion with a Belgian friend who love talking about this, and then others. Like it's really interesting. There's an essay called The Myth of Asian Superiority, and this is an Asian American piece, or it deals with Asian Americans. And to give you a little bit of some spice on this, there was a time when Korean Americans were used as role models in order to make the perception of roses are red, violets are blue, there's always an Asian better than you. Yes, that. In the United States, there was a campaign, and well, you can argue. I don't know how like clearly this is. The narrative is that this is an essay related to how Korean Americans was once used as a role model, and that role model was used as the optics. So this is like modern internet stuff. Like I love this stuff. This is sociology in action. So back in the day when the internet was not around, you can kind of manipulate the optics as well, right? The internet's optics is manipulated all the time. So when there was a campaign to try to put Korean Americans as the role model, the optics are that other Asian minorities would follow suit. So not only is that idea of Asian superiority is still existing now, right, on the internet, which is a fun parallel. It's a coincidence. This is a coincidence. The optics is those influencers. So when people think about Asian superiority, it really doesn't necessarily have to deal with Asian superiority. You see what I'm getting at right now? And I'm kind of curious how much parallelisms we can draw about that. And you might be thinking, wait, are you telling me the whole like there's an Asian better than you situation might not actually have to do with Asian superiority? Well, that would be an interesting question, wouldn't it? In the United States, that little stereotype, right? That little stereotype is controversially potentially manipulated through optics. So giving the perception, and this is where I'm concerned when I share the same concerns as you do, drama and probably Dogen, is that optics can mask realities in politics, right? But even in the internet, it's even more dangerous because it's not necessarily moderated. That type of messaging is not moderated at all. So I belong to this group, by the way. Like the group that this Korean period is my parents' generation. And it still exists today. Like now I'm the generation before you, and your generation still has this idea, right? And this is one of those things that, are we seeing the beginning of this too in Japan? Like, is Japan going to enter the world of optics, right? And you know what's so scary about that? Japan is a face culture. You probably could guess how China handles it. Like China has a low tolerance policy for optics, so they choose to segregate. Right? Segregate. So what you see, what you don't see, the world is fine. What the outside world do not see is perfectly alright. But Japan is kind of tied into the internet now, right? And now I'm kind of curious what happens when the world has their eyes on Japan. And honestly, I'm not sure when was the last time Germany was in the center limelight, like when in the post-internet age. I think the closest was the Syrian conflict and Germany's relationship with Syrian immigrants. But in the US, like, at least in my opinion, I'm a little biased, obviously. I live in the United States. I think most of the time it has been eyes on the US. Elon Musk was supporting your right party. Oh, yeah, that's true. Elon Musk, that's true. Yeah. And it's crazy to think that... Okay, we'll not talk about politics. Let's... You know how, like, internet does this thing where there's minimum truth, and I'm not trying to defend it in a way. Minimum truth. So the optics are at the mercy of the benefit of the doubt. And I'm a stickler for that, which is the idea that many things on the internet cannot be disproven, but they also can't be proven. And we live in that world now, and it's rough. Like, for example, my little discussion with you in private about language learning thing, right? The language learning things and influencers. What I can say are the things that exist, but most of the time when it comes to the motivations and like the order of operations and intent and stuff, I like to understand those things, because they're often neither you can't prove or disprove it in this age of the internet. Like, this person may have the noblest of intents, and yet it doesn't mean that the person isn't greedy, right? Like, a person could be greedy and kind at the same time. The question is, which period are you looking at? When are you looking at it? How are you relating it? And for me, just between you and me, drama, if we can do this, at least we can be reasonable. You know what I mean? So, like, when you said I'm concerned about, if I were concerning about you, if you belong to like some super 100% thing, I don't think so. The way you talk, the way you think about different alternatives and converging evidence, I don't think that represents the majority. I think the majority of the internet, much like you, I'm concerned because mere exposure gets them to believe anything. If you see it often enough, you believe it's true. And that the Japan thing, this is what's occurring. But that's also true as well, because it's the people that, in my opinion, do not necessarily want. It's not that they can't. They don't want to critically think about things. Right? It's a lot easier to have the facts given to you when you don't care about it. So they don't want to critically think. So whenever someone says like, "Oh, I don't know, US is what is it? US don't have any original things." Well, if you see it enough and enough people talk about it, then it's obviously true, right? Well, it's a shame I'm not original. So, disappointing. In this situation, the optics is on Japan, so they have to control the optics. Japan has to control the optics. So that means people that represent or live in Japan have to control the optics. Well, it's a shame because I can't control the optics. I don't have the influence to say that there are original things in the United States. Cue every European you, every European that succumbs to the internet hustle, and then tell me all the evidence, quote unquote, evidence that show that the United States have no original ideas. That's kind of my impression about this. The internet has a great way of manipulating optics. And it's not because they're wrong, it's because they might be wrong or might be right. And because of that benefit of the doubt, neither side can disprove each other. And it's such a pain in the butt. Like, for example, quote, what is the best way to learn Japanese? So between you and me, drama, I hope you don't come at me and say, well, it's obviously A. And I'm like, you and I will not get along very well. Because that would be someone who's been on the internet long enough that they don't want to critically think about what they just said. Like, that's no critical thinking. You don't have to critically think. It can't be just A. Exactly. It can't just be A. And hear me out, that's why I like Dogen. He talks like he knows the extent of interactions. It can't just be A. That, in my opinion, is what I thought I got from that video. It can't just be A. Like, it has to be more than that. And there are things that contribute more and less. While you can't disprove that something is wrong, it doesn't mean it's the only thing. It can't just be that. And my favorite one, here's my argument to the just A thing, right? Alright, if it's just A, and you know that A is the best, right? If A is the best, why does B exist? Okay? Alright? And what I get, I've asked this question a lot. It's the normal thing that I will, when next year, when I start Boom Pro, you're going to use Boom Pro at some point, or you're currently already using Boom Pro according to your flowchart. I'm going to be using Boom Pro soon, and the counter is going to restart to day 1, right? I'm going to be doing Boom Pro, and it's going to be day 1 again. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to have this question. You're going to quit it soon? Okay, that's fine. That's great. Okay, so what is going to happen is someone's going to come by and say, what are you doing? Why are you learning grammar? A is the only thing you need, right? Because it's better than Boom Pro. Okay? Alright, like, I don't know. It's going to be like Hello italki or something like that. And then I'm going to say, okay, so if A is the best, which is not Boom Pro, then why does Boom Pro exist? B for Boom Pro. And their comment is because you're stupid. They're not going to say it that way. I mean, I'm sure people have enough tact to say you're not, like, you're stupid, right? What they're going to say is they're going to tell me a bunch of facts. They're going to try to tell me a bunch of facts that Boom Pro doesn't do. Okay? It doesn't do. And then they're going to tell me a bunch of facts that A does do. And that's the reason. Okay, alright. Now, let's think about this for a moment. They told me what is absent in B. So it's not in B, but it's in A. Let's think about that for a moment. If something is absent in B and it's present in A, how do you evaluate that it's better? That's my next question, by the way. That's my next question. I asked, like, so if B just doesn't have this and A has this, what does A don't have that B do have? Let's try to level the playing field, right? Let's go and reverse it. And what they say is, oftentimes, it doesn't matter. B just sucks because A has everything. Then my first thought is, everything? What is everything? Clearly B has something that A doesn't have, right? And then like, no, it has everything. I'm like, okay, so if it has everything, let's go back to why B exists. And then it'll be back to, you're just stupid. In another way, they would state a fact, and that would be the end of the... It's usually that's when the conversation ends, because I can keep asking them again and repeat the same thing. Like, if it's the best, and then what happens is, if A is the best, I could say, what about C? Why C exist? Is it like, does A have everything C does? And this one gets even trickier. I like this one. I was using Duolingo, and Duolingo has synthetic voices. Right, it's synthetic. That's the classic argument, right? And someone said something like, I don't know, an immersion-based thing that has all native speak. Alright, I get that. So they would say, this is better than Duolingo because it has native speak and Duolingo has synthetic voices. Okay, right? And they say, this is always best. Right? Cool. It's always best. So may I ask why there are 40 million people, I don't know actually how many, but let's just say 40 million people using this and 1 million using this. I'll give it a generous number. 1 million uses this. And without saying much, I'm going to paraphrase. They're going to say, because all those people are dumb like you. Now, it's not going to present itself that way. What they're going to do is they're going to try to state some facts. And the facts are, one of them is Duolingo is A, and their alternative is B. A doesn't have this, whatever X is. But B does have X. And I'm like, okay. But A has Y, and B doesn't have Y. What's your point? You think the question is best for what exactly learning a language could mean? Learning a language could mean everything, so we could define a concrete goal first before we even get into the features of anything? You have nailed. You have won yourself a prize. I wish I had some happy dollars to give you, so just pretend like I'm giving you happy dollars, drama, like 100 happy dollars, because that is the critical thinking jackpot. Because the first question that I critique most of the time is like, how do you know what is it that I want? And then how do you know that the thing you're saying applies to me? Like, how do you know any of this? Now, the other person could say, well, I know everything. I'm a person that is so skilled. And because I'm a professional, and because I'm fluent, I know what you want. Not in those words, but what they would do is they would choose some statistics and then presume I fall in those statistics. And therefore, that's why they know. And my first thought is, I agree with you. Like, so the next line of thought is they state a bunch of facts, right? That makes it likely that I fall into it. And my first thought is, yes, I agree with you. Those facts are correct. Like, English people are the ones really learning a language, right? Like, or learning Japanese. We're already seeing a bunch of unfortunate loopholes. Like, English speakers typically are the ones learning Japanese. I'm like, you do know most of the world speak English, right? Like, what I mean is, when you're looking at a fact and you say, I agree with your fact, like I agree with that fact, and you're stating the fact, did you exercise some critical thinking skills to understand that when you say, oh yeah, I assume you're in English, you speak English, so I assume you'll have the same problems that most English speakers speak. It's like, what do you mean by most English speakers? I believe that what qualifies as an English speaker is pretty much most people on this planet. So how do you know I belong in that? Like, okay, well, that's fine. Like, then I agree with other facts, like, oh, Japanese is hard. Sure. All right. Japanese is hard. You got me. Fair enough. I mean, I disagree, but Japanese is hard is a subjective statement, so I'm not going to refute their opinion, right? I believe that a vast majority of people actually agree Japanese is hard. So I don't have problems with the person's facts. I have problems with if the person knows me. Because if you're an expert and you're also a teacher, or even have the slightest of XP, why would you want to risk your integrity on making these assumptions before even asking the person? You might as well just ask the person so that you don't sound like a doofus, right? Or a silly goober. And usually what I say is, I thank you for your overzealous contribution. I really appreciate it. May I explain some of my interest and what my purpose is? There's a chance that there could provide some clarity on why I'm a little bit dismissive of your unsolicited advice. Largely because I don't know if you know, but I don't want to move to Japan and live in Japan. I want to interact with English speakers or other people who like to learn different languages, because I think the act of learning a language makes people not sound like you. It's very unfortunate and possibly a little bit disappointing that you sound like a butthead who assumes that you know everything, and yet you participated in an act of developing a skill that is very difficult, that hopefully should have provided some critical thinking skills. But instead, you know, like, hear me out. Here's a thing. I like to think that if someone learned a second language, this may not be true. I don't have data for this, so I can't actually say if this is true or not. I want to say that if you learned a second language later in life, you are more than likely to belong to the majority of people who has critical thinking skills. Like some threshold of critical thinking skills that would prevent logic, like A is the best. A is the only reason this is true. Heck, let's just throw confirmation bias into it. Because the journey of learning a secondary language, like a second, a third, a fourth language, by the time you complete this, when you graduate and say, yes, I am fluent, it is so unlikely, like I would say less than 50% chance you didn't participate in critical thinking skills. That's why I love when I hear like Krashen still advocates for secondary language learning. Like they're making an argument to learn a second language, because one of the things that are important to me is encourage people to tackle critical thinking skills. They have to solve problems. They have to solve problems with critical thinking skills. So when someone says they're fluent and they sound like they lack critical thinking skills, I am willing to bet that there's a high chance they're not fluent. I'm not saying they must not be fluent. I'm saying there's a greater than 50% chance that they overestimate their ability for fluency because they talk like buttheads. They talk like people who lack critical thinking skills. In fact, I would say a vast majority of people who is interested in learning a secondary language, they typically have to engage in this even before or in very early stages of this. So when you catch someone very early in their stage, it's gonna suck for them. Like someone who doesn't have critical thinking skills, they're gonna say, oh dude, I tried WaniKani and it didn't work. So then I would encounter these people and like, okay, so why didn't it work? Like I can't empathize with you because I don't have the same experiences. Like why are our experiences different? Like same experience? Right? That is the beginning stages. You're gonna begin your journey. Yeah, right? Your journey on developing your critical thinking skills even further than it went. You're gonna push your critical thinking skills even further than you did in, I don't know, school. If you don't have this problem in the beginning, which honestly, drama, I don't think you do, that means you have already developed critical thinking skills. And that critical thinking skills is serving you well right now, already. And you hope that you leave yourself with an opportunity to develop even more critical thinking skills, right? And problem solving skills. And that's where I come in. I like the idea that I think my critical thinking skills are all right. They're good enough, but I want to get more. Let's start challenging the strength of it. That's what you're experiencing in the gym a lot. People saying you're using the machine wrong for this muscle, but you're training a complete other muscle. Yeah. And hear me out. There's something to be gained here. Like, you might be thinking, oh man, what is the point then? What is the point of like Dogen's? What is the, like, for example, what is the point of Dogen's video? And this is the greatest part, in my opinion, and my plug for why I like people of certain nature when they attempt to do something. Dogen is trying to communicate. He is attempting to tackle a complex issue. That is what happens when you start having opportunities to talk about things. So not only is he not resting on his laurels, right? I can't spell laurels. Laurels, he's pushing to be a better communicator. So that complexity, that engagement in trying to resolve complex issues and talk about it, it improves his communication skills. Which is then brings us back to this point. Why do I feel like communication skills are awesome? It involves language learning. You know, it involves your hobbies. this is a plug for communication skills. I'm not selling a course, by the way. I hope to encourage people to constantly talk, prepare statements, ruminate, that type of thing. And it'll solve, it'll improve it on its own. Is critical thinking or the extent of critical thinking gender-based or gender-limited? You feel like females tend to be influenced by emotion a lot? Huh. So here's my thought about that. Or I can make it, this is gonna be a little bit of a cop-out. The answer is neither in this case. Because let's say if females are more, let's prescribe something. Let's test this. If females are more emotional, right? Like if they're influenced by emotions, wouldn't that say that they have more critical thinking skills? Tackling this? Like, when we're thinking about critical thinking skills, we're not talking about, there's a difference between objective and subjective. Right? You can be critically subjective. You can be critically objective. So, the cop-out answer is neither. A female could be more inclined. If we are prescribing that females are more emotional, they can be more critically thinking and conditioned to think critically. Yeah, no, you're thinking if you're thinking rational and irrational, who do you think has more control over in critical thinking skills? I think maybe you're thinking about lack of empathy, like lack of emotional intensity versus like having emotional intensity. Because when you're thinking about rational and irrational, the people who are experiencing it is likely to have more critical thinking skills regarding it. So not only would I say that the prominence is that rational thinking and irrational thinking, there's a chance that a woman, if we are prescribing, I'm not saying this is true, if females are more emotional, they would be tackling in the management and the thinking of irrational and rational thought, rather than assuming a male who would participate largely in rational thought, and then when that person gets irrational thoughts, they would be catatonic. Critical thinking skills come at the consequence of responding to a situation, in my opinion. So if you're saying someone who's completely stoic, right? For example, men, stoic, how do you explain the explosive irrationality? Largely because even despite being consistent, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they have the critical thinking skills to process it. So whenever you're talking about like mental health and stuff, and males having like the stereotypical portrayal of males having the lack of critical thinking skills to navigate highly emotional, intense situations, is because critical thinking skills happen and it's developed most of the time, not analytically. It's developed with practice. So whenever you see anger management courses, who's in those anger management courses? Right? So maybe, yes or no. I'm going to say neither. The idea is that if you don't have the opportunity to deal with your irrationality or your rationality, then you have no practice in critical thinking skills. Like, let's say you're never wrong. If you're never wrong, does that make you a critical thinker? for being right. I think this is one of the most dangerous situations with youth today. Yeah, you would be a terrible critical thinker because you've never experienced what it's like to be wrong. And to me, I earnestly believe that men, if we're gonna make it like slightly about gender, right? Men and women. Sorry. Sorry, my like brain said men and not men. I'm sorry. I'm having like Chinese brain. Like sometimes it's easier to just negate. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just did that. Anyways, women. You know what I mean? Like the easiest way if you're like limited in your vocabulary and stuff, and Chinese do this a lot. When you say right, it's 对 对. When you say wrong, is not right. 不对. So I thought like men, and I'm like, what the heck is the what is the other gender? I'm like, it's the not man. Like not men. What is not men? Anyways, so let's say my thing is when it comes to gender limits, I'm gonna echo a fitness person. Which I love this. I really like this guy because he's kind of like a Dogen, so to speak. He talks in incompletions. He talks about potentials, likelihoods, and sufficiency. And that's what I like about individuals who talk about never and don't talk about never and always, right? They talk about likely, and you use this vocabulary all the time. A little bit, mostly, often, because I think the internet kind of makes it easier by saying it is and it is not, right? So women, I would say, if you're thinking about limits, I'm going to use a fitness thing. In the internet, we often talk about limits. Where like, what is the best? What is the worst? So in the case of the limits of like emotional critical thinking, the question is already, I want to ask, are women and men thinking at the limits of critical thinking? And I don't know how to answer that. I don't actually know. Usually from a fitness person, what they think about is, sure, there's like optimized like hypertrophy, right? Like hypertrophy and maximum strength, like theoretical maximum strength. But the question from a realist perspective is, how often are people at their maximum, at their limit? So I know this doesn't answer your question. It's more like contextualizing it so that it's less of a question, but more of a preponderance. So if men and women have a theoretical capacity, like limit for critical thinking, how often do the general populace, like 99.9% of men and women, operate at their theoretical limit of critical thinking? I like to think that at this point, because of the internet, the answer is probably most of these people, if not all of them, including myself, do not operate at the limit of their critical thinking skills. And that is with respect to how emotions impact rational thought, right? Like for example, Are we willing to accept that there are situations that we can't possibly be rational about? Kind of yes and no, right? Like, we could talk about emotionally compromised situations like grief, or maybe menopause. Menopause is a good example because it separates men and women per se, like the biological males and females. I'm not talking about identity here, so we're talking about biology here, as opposed to identity. Identity is a different situation, but identity is relevant to rational thought, right? But let's try to control it, like narrow it down to biology. So is it that menopause exists in women and menopause doesn't exist in men that creates a theoretical limit on critical thinking? It's kind of tough to know, and because it's absent in men, right? So we tried grief. Is there a time when men and women show that they cannot overcome grief with critical thinking skills? Grief is one of the, like, grief is guaranteed, unless very unfortunately that you died at a very young age. But grief is inevitable, and it's one of the strongest emotional impacts on rational thought, right? So if we're saying it is normal, if we want to make the argument that women have some sort of limitations, right, to critical thinking, and men is superior, does it show up in something like grief? I don't know what that data is like. I actually genuinely am very curious if there's a longitudinal study of some crazy way to detect what is the success rate and the failure rates of women and men critically thinking with response to grief. And then we have other ones that are even more nebulous, like boredom, disappointment, right, anger. Oh, this is so interesting. I would love to do this experiment somehow, but I just know the data is going to be wildly inconsistent to the point where I can't interpret anything. But it would be fun just to do it. If I sound like a mad scientist, I'm sorry. This is what makes science so fun. Like, you have so many interesting questions. Like, you have so many interesting questions to ask about life. And we're not even talking about language learning yet. Like, think about it this way. We could make this about language learning. We can compare Japan with the US, with the US, or with Germany. Like, think about the coolness of this examination. And you might be thinking, well, then wouldn't it suck if there were like gender biases and whatnot? And I'm thinking, like, to me, what science is doing is they're trying to create clarity. And when we understand gender biases, that means people can win. Not use it as a weaponize. And hear me out, history has taught us one thing for sure. One thing that history does teach us: when you learn more things, it can be wielded as a weapon, or it can be wielded as a beneficial thing, right? And when I think about these gender biases, it's so awesome. Like, think about being able to understand the nature of the limitations of critical thinking. That means that I know a cynical person would say that means businesses, for example, businesses could exploit this. And I totally agree. Businesses can exploit this. They already do this already. That's what gamification is, right? That's a gamification is an example. But on the opposite side of the thing, it also means that we can develop tools that compensate or enhance critical thinking. What is the world going to be like? Like, what is the world going to be like if we could understand that? Like, how can you get a person to engage in critical thinking skills in a way that it doesn't hit a wall of limitation, so that when people grow older, or as they're growing older, they are equipped with the idea that it's, in my opinion, critical thinking is one of human superpowers. It's what distinguishes us from machines. For now, critical thinking skill is one of the human skills that distinguishes us from something automated. It's the most brilliant thing, and of course, it's filled with black boxes. Obviously, black boxes. You're also very interested in understanding to what extent genetics influence intelligence and how much is shaped by environment and learning. Yeah, nature versus nurture. The nature versus nurture question with regards to the developmental intelligence. Yeah. And I'm talking about the reason why I'm placing it in developmental intelligence is largely because it's probably more quantifiable in development. So like a child development, which is very involved in language learning. There's a lot of language learning involved in paralleling child development. Usually like a psychology, intro to psychology, and like the first 2 years deal with all of the very reproducible nature of things, and it's typically dealing with developmental intelligence and then how nature and nurture impacts that. Right, nature being the genetic factors and nurture being the environmental. And oftentimes is often talking about, it's less actually the stuff that people focus on is the genetic component, which is the limits of your thing, and then the environment tends to be looking at restrictions, is how many of the studies are done. It's easier to assume a limit and then see how the environment affects the limits, as opposed to assuming that person operates somewhere here and how the environment's shifted up and down. And you can't and not be able to observe the limits, right? So in human experimentation, which was it's unethical. There was a period when there wasn't any like red tape with unethical human experimentation. And what happens is most of those experiments deal with pushing people past a limit to see how environments and genetics affect the human being. Nowadays, whenever you're trying to collect data on humans, they operate within a like ups and downs in a small window. And usually scientists are trying to find ways to temporarily but safely and not irreversibly, right? Reversibly challenge a person so that they can see where the limits are. So then they can draw some conclusions with that. But yeah, this is like a $1 million question, right? Not even a million, like $1 trillion question. If not, possibly one of the most fantastical discoveries in human history. But yes, I imagine that, and this deals with language learning, obviously. Many times, I will bring it back to language learning. Why is this coincidence with language learning? Because oftentimes we think about critical period. The reason why I'm bringing up critical period, because I mean, we already talked about CI, we already talked about like output theory, output hypothesis. You already mentioned mass input, which I haven't ever thought of it that way, and whatnot. Well, there's also critical period, right? And then there's ordered. I think, I'm not sure if you are the one that mentioned it. Someone else might have, but they ordered a theory. Or I would call it the ordered hypothesis. I don't know what they call it specifically, but where learning is ordered, which is actually kind of part of one of the prongs of CI, and the critical period, right? A critical period would suggest that nature is a dominant driver, right? I'm just gonna put greater than 50% as a majority driver, and an ordered period would also suggest that nature has a prominent driver. However, because of the way we measure intelligence and the vast emergence, right? The emergence, I'm going to say the emergence of adult intelligence. Basically, the complexity of adult intelligence. That emergent property is difficult to compare it with early childhood. It's so difficult to decouple, right? Because it has too many confounding factors that are not consistently reproducible when you're developing as a child. So most of the theories about language learning is restricted, and corollary language, in my opinion, language learning theories tend to be a meta-analyses based on the most consistent things in intelligence, which is children. Childhood development is one of the most consistent aspects, and it may also contribute to the idea that most of the factors are kind of nature oriented. The moment you hit adulthood, it's very difficult to delineate because its emergence level is higher than the complexity and the emergence level of it goes beyond the nurture becomes like, yo, what up? Now I am 50% bigger. How do you control that? Like in an experimental setting, how do you control nurture without like violating $100 billion human rights, 1,000 human rights, unethical problems? Like how do you do that? How do you control nurture into adulthood to delineate between the emergence of adult complex intelligence versus a predictable, somewhat largely predictable early childhood development? So then that's where the critical period, the whole point of the critical period and the order is that they remain, you know, relatable into adulthood. Like I'm not someone who's a language learner, like a language learning expert or pedagogics or linguistics, but I was a geneticist. I mean, maybe that gives a little bit of weight when it comes to looking at data that can suggest reproducible consistency contributed or attributed to genetic influence versus the environmental influence. That gap is so gigantic that I might not have a gigantic reputation to place my integrity, and even I'm incredibly fearful. Like, I'm incredibly fearful for anything that would suggest that you can reproduce the variation in adult development so that you can control their environment in order to produce an argument for what is the genetic contribution. Not even the nurture part. Like, the nurture part, throw it out the window. Adherence, retention, all that stuff is all unethical. You cannot, do that. But you could try to tease the nurture part out and then lean on genetics. And that's kind of what I saw in a lot of things. Like, one thing they would do to tease nurture, if you're wondering what are nurture experiments that could happen, twinning, or even triplets. Like twinning, you can try to gather, because the consistency part is the nature part, right? The genetics. And that's a rare occurrence already. Like, what I mean is having the consent and needing the sample size to make this. Yeah, morals. Yeah, science gatekept by morals. Ethics. Yeah, right? Like ethics, moral. And I'm not suggesting that that's a bad or a good thing. The idea is these are the facts. That's what happens. You can't control these things, right? And then for the nurture argument, like, how do you determine nature? What is the alternative? Control the environment? There are extenuating circumstances, and we'll make them related to language learning. There was cases. So there was cases where, and it's a super unfortunate situation, but it was studied to take the opportunity of the sacrifice. And one of the examples that often come up is the case of Jeannie. This was the girl who was confined to her chair in a basement with a void of most stimuli, including the ability to speak. And she was rescued in that time, but when she was trying to be taught to learn how to speak, right, language acquisition and stuff, this is where I would say was one of the more influential circumstances and coincidences that led to the idea of a critical period. Because no matter how much time she didn't really live like an incredibly healthy life either, like was able to, but it was great that she was rescued and whatnot. And they tried to get her to speak, like learn associations and whatnot. And in the end, it wasn't retrievable. Like, there wasn't insistent that there are critical periods for certain skills, not just language learning. But one of the acts in the video, you can watch the documentary. Actually, there's a documentary that legitimately chronicled this thing, like this unfortunate event, which was used as a case study. And her speech, most of her constructions and stuff, was impaired quite literally irreversibly, and that could lead to the concept of the critical period. And I actually didn't know that the critical period that people were talking about in language learning was referring to the critical period of child development. So I don't know the concept of, like, I actually do not know for sure what people mean in the language learning community about critical period. I know what psychologists referring to when they're talking about it in the concept of child development. And this was a really gnarly and like very disheartening case where if you are able to confine a child and they can progressively age, they lose the ability to catch up with critical points in childhood development. So now this brings in a lot of moral dilemmas, right? Like, do you think there's a critical period for critical thinking? That is the future that I'm thinking about. Like, I'm old. What can I do? I'm worried that on the internet, conveniences of like thinking that is promoted right now, because no one's evil here. Like, there isn't an evil person here. There are people who are doing the best they can, and those conveniences are pushed by people who care, older people who care, older people who had the opportunity to engage in critical thinking. Now, if you take a whole generation that has a established form of convenience, I start to worry, is there a critical period or like a diminished return period, you know, like a time when there's diminished return on organically, like, or naturally, or organically, I don't know what the word is these days, organically developing critical thinking, because this hasn't happened before. It hasn't happened in human history, in my opinion, in a regular way. Like, there wasn't a generation where there was a tool in the world that you can use 0 critical thinking skills until adulthood, until 20s. Like, most of the time, the obligations of the 20s right now, and I'm referring to Gen Z, is when you have to tackle those. And I often wonder, because I haven't tested this out, like I don't teach in a grade school, I don't teach in kindergarten. Like, has it changed? Like, I'm worried, like, for me, the sooner, in my opinion, the sooner, when you're not working, like you're working, you know, when you're not alone, you still have loving parents, you still have loving friends, you still have like people who are interested in things. When they are still around, that could constitute as the environmental critical period for effective critical thinking. Like, so what happens when there's a child who's withdrawn and only sits on the internet having parasocial relationships? There's no feedback, right? Like, you have a Gen Alpha. The common classical Gen Alpha is, if they don't have a support system, which happens quite often, like much more often now, they're withdrawn. So then they spend most of their time, nearly 90% plus, on parasocial relationships. So that means they get 0 feedback. Like, 0 feedback. Absolutely 0 feedback. A parasocial relationship cannot provide feedback for you. So what happens is, we were talking about men and women earlier, right? Men and women. My thought was, you have to challenge them in order to create critical thinking. Well, if you have 0 feedback, how can you develop critical thinking? You have no feedback. So where does the feedback come from? The first time you encounter a feedback is yourself. And you know when Gen Alpha, we're using Gen Z as the example now. The people who are in their 20s, when do they encounter their first feedback in order to engage in critical thinking? All the expectations presented through parasocial relationships. So, how in the world do you think a person in their 20s who have no feedback because they relied on parasocial relationships to the point where they don't need to do critical thinking skills, and then when they finally have to be independent, like go off to school, go to Japan, like start a career, enter relationships, like companionships, when you're independent, and that is the first time you engage in critical thinking. And when is that? It's in their 20s. The vast majority of people that I meet right now is between the ages of 20 and 25. And it's a mixed bag. I would say, like, this is anecdotal, obviously. All of this is theory, grain of salt. I might be able to see some hardcore data and longitudinal studies when I'm almost on my deathbed. It's going to be another 20 years before we can ever see the impact in a longitudinal study or even a meta-analysis. By the time Gen Alpha becomes 40, there might be some data on how it impacts Gen Alpha. And by then, or Gen Z, sorry. And then by then, Gen Alpha will be approaching their 20s to 30s, and then it's always behind. Science is behind most of the time. You need data in order to do these. My concern is often that for me, when I interact with this, 9 out of 10 times, if this is the first independent thing the person has done, the first independent thing, drama, you are already in the minority for me, because you already worked for 4 years. Like, you went to high school, right? Then you worked. You had feedback. You already engaged in a critical thinking task. And it is night and day. Like, to me, when you're communicating, it doesn't matter if you're a communication specialist or you learned a lot of languages. The difference between someone who can critically think and the way they talk is like light years difference. And it's light years difference in a really startling way, in my opinion. And I'm not saying, and I like to hope, what I'm hoping is there are no critical periods on critical thinking skills. Like, there's no chance that if someone's first life commitment is at like 25 years old, right? 25 years old, they finally decided, I'm leaving the house and I'm going to form like and tackle the problems of human dynamics, right? Of human dynamics. That this person would not end up being catatonic. Catatonic, in the corner, feels like they can't trust anyone. No trust. No semblance or relevance of like problem solving. You can't solve arguments. You can't talk with the person. You can't compromise. You can't cooperate. You're learning those things. So at the age of 25, you can start learning them. And to me, if there are people that you can start and you can understand this nature, then I don't believe that 25 is too late, right? Now, here's the alternative. What if business and technology double down on providing conveniences to remove critical thinking? That, to me, is what other countries are thinking about right now. The US is kind of thinking about it too, but China, Australia, I don't know if Japan's gonna do anything about it yet, but China and Australia have some very, let's just say, extreme measures on limiting the convenience of technology as a indirect way of encouraging children to engage in other things. And engaging in other things often involve other human dynamics, and human dynamics lead to critical thinking skills. It exposes children to know that things are not ideal, they're not perfectly curated, their expectations are not perfection. You have to do things that don't work out in order to learn things that do work out. All those things increases, the odds increases. Now, usually the argument is not, oh, children develop critical thinking skills. It's more like children learn things. They tend to learn more things. And if you're wondering, this doesn't happen to children, just let them pick whatever they want to do, right? Whatever they want to. Well, there's already a meta-analysis for that. And it deals with, I'm not going to use the specific names because YouTube, but let's say early on, there are kids that are, I don't know, I think it was like the age, we're gonna give an age group like 3 to 7. You think you need a short break? Oh, hold up. This one's pretty fast. In 3 to 7 age, right? They gave them access to YouTube. And they decided to watch the most addictive thing possible. It's program A. And after some meta-analyses, some of these kids had delayed language development. How scary is that? That is, like, I'm laughing because I don't know what to do about this. Like, how do you... I laugh when I'm like in a lost position. That's my reflex, sorry. But I'm not saying this condition is laughable. It's like, I don't know how you do... What do you do with this? And you don't really need to look that deep. You can refer to brain rot and you'll be good to go. Brain rot. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sorry. Alright, I'll let you like take your break. Sorry. I'm gonna finish this up. Oh man.
郵便箱
Yubinbako. My hands are kind of stiff from writing. Eeh. Close box. I can pick your brains about Japanese students in the future drama. Like, oh man, since you're a language learner, right? Oh, you can speak to other Japanese like kids and stuff in English to see like to gauge things. Oh man, there's so many things I'm gonna have to ask you in the future. Like you're gonna go to a university too as a... Oh man, that I gotta ask you about this stuff. The only time I was at a different university was an English speaking situation, but haven't ever been to a university where the primary language being used is like not the language I'm using. So honestly, if Japan was offered, I would have gone to Japan, right? So, oh man, I have to pick your brain about that. I think you are the only person that I have access to that is going to have a post-adult transition period with a second language, and you're going back into education in the language that is not your first common language. That is absolutely absurd. I think your brain is going to grow like 6 times its mass. I really truly believe in critical thinking skills. So if you put yourself in such a strenuous environment with so many adaptations, your brain is going to, like, you're going to survive, right? If you survive, your brain is just going to be rippled. It's going to be ripped, man. Like, we're talking about, it's going to be all curled up. I don't know if you prescribe to the smooth brain. It's not really true, but the stereotype, like smooth brain versus like the ripple brain, man, your brain is gonna be jacked. Okay, all right, I'll let you AFK. Sorry. What? Old. So that's definitely scenery, so it's K. Oh no, this is special. This is K. Like Keshiki? It's probably Keshiki. Or oh no, maybe it's not. It's foreground, right? Yeah, it's foreground. Foreground. Oh, what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's 4 a.m. I didn't know how long I was going. It's 4 a.m. Okay, no, I think this is right. Zen? Yeah.
前景
What did I type? I don't know. Foreground is foreground. Okay.
貸し切り
Skitty. Oh, my hands are. Oh no. Ow.
限度
Endo. Okay. Hashi?
橋
Okay.
靴
Okay. Z. Oops. I meant to type shoe, not shop. Um. Wait. Yeah, chokusatsu-teki. No. Setsu. Oh. Yeah. Shoku.
直接的
Chosetsu-teki is okay. Oh, this is Meishi.
名詞
Oh, it's special. Yubin. Yeah. Okay.
郵便局
Yubin. Okay. Wait. Yueni.
ゆえに
Yueni. Because? 間違える。
間違える
間違える。Heck. What is that? Hold. Numa? Okay. Shirizoku.
退く
Shirizoku. Okay. Okoga? Okare? No. Akoga. Akogare.
憧れ
Akogare. Oh. Taikutsu.
退屈
Taikutsu. Okay. Rikutsu.
理屈
I think that's like kind of logic, but logic of dealing with someone in kind of a negative way, I guess. Get it?
ける
Get it. Oh no. I think it's a little different from renewing, right? Oh, I know. To grow late. Yes. Muga? Oh, mugamuchu. Mucho. Muchu. Mugamuchu.
無我夢中
Oh, mugamuchu. 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 I'm gonna say maneku.
招く
Maneku. Okay. Kai what? Kai
回
fukuru.
復する
Store? Yo. Oh, that's infancy. Infancy is actually better than child. Yonaka.
夜中
Yo. Kasa? Or Kasa? Don't quite remember. Oops.
輸出
Yusutsu. Yusutsu. Eh. Oh, yikes. Ama. Oru? No Oru. Oh no, I did. Oh, I do this so often. I should be careful. And now it's gone. Oh,
降る
Uru. Or to fall, it's fine. Yo. Get bored. Dang it. Wait. Something like tata? Oh no. Oh no. Tatagabi? No. Tatabi? Man. Hold up. Something tatabi. Or a tata. Aka. Futatabi.
再び
Tatabi. I think it's again. Oh, wait. Sonao. What? Or Suno?
素直
Suno. And what the heck does Suno mean? It's like the elements fix. No. Dang it. Am I down? No, no, no. So I have these two? I think I have a less chance of getting Suno than this one. I think I'm further away from Suno. We'll probably have to write some Suno. I want to say it's like... Hmm. I legitimately don't know what the right thing. Weapon and loiter. I thought it was... Oh! Oh! It's Geneki.
現役
Yes. I devoted a lot to that mnemonic. That mnemonic even said what it's not, which is it was not Yaku. Welcome back. We're on our last thing. It's kind of stuck on the interpretation of it. No. How do you spend your Sundays before we met, Drama? What do you do on Sundays? I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting that I'm maybe ruining your Sunday. Man. 6. Dang. This is in Germany, Sunday is a rest day, so not much to do. What do you mean, not much to do? What is that nonsense? Just chilling. You better be just chilling with some Japanese. So no. I'm missing a key thing here. It's like, okay, so we have the elements. Su has like the elements now. Oh wait, no, it could be Nostradamus. So Nostradamus and Su, it has something to do with honesty. Or honest? Alright. What have I written? To be directly honest, Su needs to fix the elements of the soup by binding together things right now. Oh, I use now instead of. Oh wait, it is now. Oh, before the Pope arrives with his lion. Oh my goodness. I tried really tough. Alright, let's reshape this a little bit. I don't think I really need... Oh, is it because it's Seoul? And we have Choku. Dang it. That's not great. I think we're okay with Suno. Oh. So let's go with... No, let's do someone. No. Oh no. You think you'll check out Graded Reader Stays? Oh yeah, let me know what you think. I do enjoy reading those graded readers. It's kind of very passively enjoyable if you're wanting to chill. Let's just go with Su. No. Let's go Su no. Honest. Being okay. About what? Let's say about fixing the elements of the soap. It's fine. We'll come back. I'm a bit tired. And tomorrow we have some clear stuff. So, oh yeah, tomorrow is gonna be standard half day, right? Oh, we have to start at 6 p.m. or I have to wait till 6 p.m. We're probably gonna do Hanzo Hero first tomorrow as well. So chill. WaniKani is so chill. My eyes and my voice is not chilling though, and my fingers kind of hurt. By the way, I do want to say, we should talk about Dogen a lot more in the future, because I really do feel like he paints a very scholarly. He's a great scholar. Like, it's clear that he's a teacher. That's what I'm like. I enjoy about it. I enjoy listening to people who spend a lot of time talking and interacting with other people. I mean, it is fun to watch people do amazing things as well. You're subscribed to... Oh, you're a Patreon subscriber. That just means you're kind of biased. I'm kidding. I'm just being cheeky. Oh, you're a Patreon supporter. So this is more like an average... I do enjoy that there are people that still like to engage in scholastic arguments. Like, even if it's to the screen, right? To the screen. And I know that he does some live when he can, and he has a wonderful family and all that stuff. See, it's very neat. I enjoy that. I think sometimes it gets lost how amazing people are without needing to be amazing. Like, what I mean is, there are people who speak and it's pretty radiant that you know they lived in interesting and incredibly experienced life, and it's communicated through their analyses and perception of complex topics. There are people who are incredibly skilled and incredibly impressive who may not communicate that same thing. And it's really wonderful if the Vin Yang, isn't that the communication guy? Let me do an impression of him if this is the guy. You know, guys, let me give you 3 steps on how to improve your communication skills. All right? You get a camera, you set up, you stand in front of the camera, you record 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay? Then you take a break. You take a break because you need at least 24-hour period. 24-hour period, right? So then you can form a detachment from it. Because if you're like me, you're gonna hate yourself. If you listen immediately, it's gonna be cringy. You just don't like yourself, all right? So once you get to 40 minutes, the first thing you're going to do, right? The first thing you're gonna do, you're gonna turn off the screen and listen to yourself. Pick up the audio cues, the audio cues. Really think about, internalizing I'm not very great with the tact of how he does it, but I came across him maybe a little bit ago. Did you learn his script? No, I didn't learn his script. Actually, the things I'm saying, I've said my life too. I think he and I are nearly the same age. We're nearly the same age, and our backgrounds are there are a lot of parallelisms with our backgrounds. And the way I came across him was, usually I keep my phone on my desk, right? And most of my phones are on listening. So what happens is when I talk right to the screen here, my phone will pick up. So then when I go on YouTube on my personal accounts, they will recommend things based on what they heard me speak about. So lately I've been focusing on communication. And maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, I came over his channel. And the moment I heard him speak, my first thought is, what are the chances that I could mirror his intonation and even do the things? I'm not as eloquent as him. I don't write short scripts to try to cater to, he has it nailed, right? I go the opposite end. I go to verbosity and length and engagement, right? And more so engagement with a high barrier. I think he's incredibly approachable. He's got it down to the essentials, right? He's a communication coach after all. But the things he say, I'm like, you got me. And my first thought is, boy howdy, do I not have to say a lot when Vin is around. I don't have his hair either, and he has some really characteristic. His jawline is amazing, right? That type of thing. For myself, I'm more like, yeah, you gotta listen to him. He's got this down packed. My favorite thing is, though, I love when he says, oh, I say this myself before I knew him, but guys, think about it. If I ask you, how good are you? And you're unable to express it, right? How will I ever know how good you are? Would you choose to be extraordinarily good but be unable to express it? Or be someone who tries but know how to express exactly what they want or what they are? Because you are only as good to someone as you are capable of expressing it. Not you could be the most talented person in the world and you could alienate everyone around you and they will never know the value of your skills. I'm trying accented a little because it creates a lot of drama. And I don't typically use it very often, but if I had to, I can manipulate that way too. And it's essential that you are able to do these things. And what I call chaos zone, or what is this called? It has a name for these things. I have a name for everything as well, but the center of power, or I forgot what this is. But I do like if you know these things, you can also violate them intentionally. And you said something similar like that multiple. Yeah, and that's how you remembered him. Oh, I see. Yeah. For the record, there are a lot of coincidences between me and him. And when you have one coincidence, right? When you have one coincidence and you have another, and you have another, the odds of us not being similar, or the odds of us being very similar, goes way through the roof in terms of probability. And I can tell you, without even saying too much, it's not a coincidence that there are various things. If you see me in the wild and I'm giving presentations and whatnot, the format that you see him in that way, that would be my format. It would be my preferred format. Maybe I wouldn't wear the hair as crazy. My hair actually goes pretty crazy when I don't take care of it, but there are various similarities. And when he tells his story, I would say that I would not be surprised if the two of us have very parallel things. And that's what so fascinating about nature versus nurture. You know, the idea that we talked about earlier, nature versus nurture. Actually, most of my communication techniques overlap with his. So someone told me, how do you, like, for example, how do you prevent the infamous Gen Z stare? Or how do you prevent someone from, okay, and then the conversation ends. What do you do? Well, I can go even deeper than that, and he probably has too, where you take the topic, you ask a question, right? Then you use that as a leaping point. But you can do one better. When you leap a point, you meet their energy, right? That's how the question ends up. That question allows you to meet their energy. And when you meet their energy, you can pull them into your energy. So at first, when someone's like really sad, like someone comes up to you and say like, oh man, you know, this day, I had the worst day of all time. I'm sorry to hear that. Tell me about it. Like, it sounds like that's quite a day. Is there anything you want to talk about? So you're matching their energy, right? And you ask the question. You learn about it and you slowly say something like, well, you know, I know it's kind of tough, but hey, how about we try to elevate our emotions a little bit? Like, you still have the rest of the day. You want to go do something? Let's go do something. Like, let's go do something. And I want to see if you can meet me halfway, at least, or even to my level, because I want to share with you and empathize with you about being happy now. Screw the old stuff right now, but I know, let's take it slowly, right? And then we pull the person into our energy. And what happens is you make sure that you go back to the topic every once in a while, like to assure them that that is what's on your mind. So you go to a new place and you're wondering, like, hey, how does this make you feel? I know earlier that you were having a tough time, and I don't want to mean to remind you about that, but if I gave you this bubble tea right now, how would you feel? Would you feel like, oh shucks, this bubble tea, let's hammer, let's get another one. It's like, all right, you're on. Or we can take it more slowly. The idea is that you keep recognizing and acknowledging that their problem exists, but you also contextualize it in a new way. So in the future, like, You meet the person again, you're a friend. It's like, hey, you're having a bad day. Let's just go grab some bubble tea, right? Conditioned responses. So now you have your communication skills, you're practicing your communication skills, but you're also practicing associated conditioning. You're practicing coping mechanisms, but coping mechanisms in which you can control and be able to affect the other person positively. So in the future, if that person is feeling a little bit crummy, they might reciprocate and ask you, hey, I'm having a bad time. Do you want to go and grab some bubble tea and we can talk about it? It's like, oh yeah, absolutely, my friends. Let's go and grab some bubble tea. Right? It was an evening and you met up with a friend and immediately started being high energy and also hyped them up. Yeah, you gotta experiment, right? And the greatest thing about communication is that if it doesn't work at first, you have the experience to pull it back, right? Like you can initiate or not initiate, you can flow. And the thing is, the comfortability and the confidence comes from knowing that you have another way, another thing to approach. Often that's felt really intuitively. The more situations you're in, and I would probably echo Vin and maybe Justin, where, oh yeah, Justin Sung is another person. Yeah. Communication and critical thinking, for that matter. Critical thinking flows into communication. The more you do, it's one of the essential skills that if you're not analytical and you don't want to say step 1, step 2, like analyze your stuff, the greatest thing about critical thinking skills and de facto affecting communication skills is that the more you do it, the more likely you are to develop confidence. And that confidence is not coming from the idea that you know everything in the world, you can memorize everything. You know that you're confident you'll be able to impact the person you're talking to, and you'll be able to express the thing you want. And that goes back to a very early topic that we talked about, which is when you said you had a very bad experience with not being able to with speaking English, right? And my first thought is, man, it would be really interesting to see how you resolve that in the future with more experience. Like, I understand that it really does suck that the ticket thing, it really does suck. Like 300 euros on a weekend ticket. Now, if you already lost it, I'm genuinely curious, was there a way that you worked on turning the terrible environment into a happy environment, or like trying to reconciliate? And that to me is something that I think even effective communication and critical thinking skills will kind of offset quite a little bit. Other things would be like habit formation of seizing opportunity or compensating for missed opportunity that could provide alternatives. Things like, I know the ticket thing kind of suck. Let's say something like, you're going here, here's your path, and there's a detour, right? You have to take the detour. The question is, do you have the confidence enough to figure out how to make the detour as eventful as your original plan? And to me, this represents critical thinking skills. I think if I had to tell people that critical thinking skills is somewhat of a life changer, which also feeds into communication, because in order for effective communication to happen, you need a lot of experience to create the critical thinking skills to preserve that cadence. This is a game changer, because oftentimes when someone says they have no choice but to feel bad about this happening, if I was a friend near you, I would say, it really, really sucks that you lost the ticket. why let's try and think about another way we can turn this into something else. And then we're like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's just then spend the next 3 hours walking around somewhere and we'll make the time of our life about it. Obviously, I don't know if you were alone or you were with someone else. That's why having a companion is really awesome and having awesome communication skills. If you have a shy friend, which you do have a shy friend at the moment in this trip, having a shy friend that's still shy, but if they're not shy around you, it can be a life changer. Like honestly, I really do find how romantic Vin and even Justin, how romantic it can be. It's very uplifting. And I don't stay negative very often. I really do push on affirmative action and proactiveness. So if you say you have a sucky day, tell me about the sucky day. And I'll try my best to convince you that I either could have a sucky day with you so that it's less sucky, or we can go for the Hail Mary and make it the sucky day to be the sucky day to remember as a positive thing. And that is kind of how I feel whenever I listen to Vin and those like speak communication people. They do this. Guys, I know you can do it. It's that easy. You basically try, to do the step one. Tell yourself, oh, what did I do wrong? Let's go write it. Then tomorrow you do it again and see what you did wrong. Then when you record these two things, then you'll be able to create a pattern or an analysis, like to actualize what is going wrong, and you can build upon that. Sorry, like I'm trying to imagine some clips of him where he like does this like shaking thing, and I don't know. I'm not a very great actor, but when someone's really consistent, you kind of be able to pick up on this stuff. Interesting. I'm not surprised that Vin is one of the people you listen to. I'm trying to think of a sung one. Hang on. We're gonna have to think of something else. Yeah, like I'll have to come back to him. He has a much more a bit more mellow. Then you have like the crazy things. Another one is probably, I don't know, is Phil DX. Interesting. Phil DX. Interesting. Hold up. Phil. Are we talking about second player? Okay. I think I might have seen him at Capcom Cup. Did he participate in Capcom Cup? CEO, DreamHack, TNS. No. Interesting. He might have went to Capcom Cup, just didn't place. Intriguing. No, I have not. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I might be related to him. Sorry. I'm looking at the guy's family name. He's a coach now? You don't think he competes anymore? Oh, okay. I'll let you brainstorm about if that was an interesting tidbit or not, but he has a very common family name. And there's a very long history behind that common family name. Alright, I guess we're gonna wrap up by doing this thing. You don't... So, is it a coincidence that you watch, like, Asian Americans? Like, they happen to be... Well, Vin, I think, might be Canadian or something. Hold on. I don't actually know where Vin is. Or he might be British. I actually don't know where he's from. I mean, I know he's Chinese, but like, actually both of them are Chinese. Yeah, I don't know where he reside in. Australia? Is he an Aussie? Oh no, yeah, he's not Chinese, sorry. He's Vietnamese because of the Vin. Sorry. Talking about the other guy. He's Australian? Interesting. Hang on. Yeah. Vietnamese refugee, right? Yeah, he's the son of a Vietnamese refugee in Australia. Yeah, he talks about his family a lot. Well, wait, like, I talk about my family quite a lot too. And his, I believe his father was in refugee. So much different. Definitely much different. My parents were legal migration, right? Legal migration. I'm thinking of his father was very successful, if you remember correctly. Yeah, I think so. He's not the one where his doctor, I mean, his father was like a professional white collar person, right? Like, I don't want to say doctor, but he did something, but he gave everything up and is a monk on an island. Oh, he became a hermit? That's pretty awesome, honestly. My father is a hermit, but at home. Because he's retired, but my father is pretty much that guy who, what he does is he get up, he cook, he walk around like in the neighborhood, and he comes back. I'll have to do some fun. I'll have to do some data gathering. I didn't read too much into his life that much. I saw him on clips. Yeah, I saw him on clips most of the time. The other guy, not sure. Yeah, he bought his own island. Or Vin bought it for him. He bought his own island. Man, if only I could buy my... I wonder what my father would think if I bought him an island. And now he's spiritual and tries to help people. Aw, that's sweet. That's very sweet. Here's one. You're learning Japanese, right? And I know you didn't mention any vlogs, right? You didn't mention any vlogs about stuff. Have you come across... I forgot his name. Dang it. I keep forgetting his name. Sorry, I have to go to my like personal account to look up the guy's name. I already mentioned Kyota. Oh, it's not. Yeah, I actually misspelled his name, but I already mentioned Kyota. Kyota Ito. But oh no, it's not Ito. Kyota Ko. Kyota Ko. But there's also this guy named Taka. I don't know his full name, but his site is Taka Nihongo Dojo. And he's like the closest thing that I can think about when I think about like Kiryu. He's not former Yakuza or anything. anything like that. But I'm talking about like there's this guy. He seems very friendly, and he runs orphanages. And what he did with his like channel is that he does these short clips where you haven't seen Taka. Oh, Taka is a bright, shiny ray of smiling. Kyota is too. Kyota, if you want, like Kyota has these vibes. So like Vin, you know, Kyota has Vin vibes. Taka has like the vibe, but he has short vibes. So he communicates a lot without communicating. And what he does is he creates flashcards. And you might be thinking, wait, I don't want any more flashcards. No, he really does create flashcards, but he creates flashcards by integrating association. And he even does like association by like closeness, meaning, sounds. So he does all the things that check the box for Duolingo, for example. And then he does the Anki thing where like you have and it's been even more and more elaborate as he's going, but they're all in short formats. And what he does is he basically does a skit and associate them in an order. So like for example, Kairu, right? You have Kairu, and I'm gonna write it this way. Kairu. So which Kairu am I talking about? Because there are multiple Kairus, and many of the Kairu are related, it would do a clip, him literally doing it, and show you the relationship visually. And then he reads all the vocab. And on his spare time, what he did with his channel is he ended up raising enough money to open 2 orphanages. And he runs those orphanages while doing this. You might even be able to meet him. Oh, that'd be such a cool, neat thing to meet him. But like, so he does a lot of association techniques that I was talking about. So if you were interested in what I meant by association techniques, the way he presents his shorts is the way you're doing the association. So when you're learning, you're seeing like an action, an association between 2 things. Like how do you get from kairu to kairu? You know, or how you get from kami to kami to kami. There's kami, kami, and I don't have a piece of paper. Kami. So that's what Taka does for fun. So if you're ever like interested in scrolling through and getting like random references about someone, and he has an electric smile, like what I mean is he's very charismatically, his body language is very awesome. His hashi, hashi and hashi. Oh no, I don't even know how you do the hashi thing. So hashi, right? Hashi, the chopsticks, and on the edge, hashi, right? So you could imagine a skit where he's on the edge, right? On the edge after crossing a bridge and then throwing chopsticks off of the cliff or something. That would be the 3 hashi. At least I know of 3 right off the top of my head. And I think that's really cute. That is the closest thing that I would say that if I wanted to create content in a way that illustrates how you associate things in your head to reinforce multiple things, think like what he would think like, and he's a Japanese speaker. So if you're ever worried about like, do Japanese people not think about these things? They do. And I like, that's how I think. There's this channel, Real Japan, that also takes the stupid stuff about Japanese as a language and make comedy around it. Yeah. Real Japan exists. Yep. That comes up. And there's one, here's another one. And I'm trying to like break the mold here so we can exchange them. There's also this person who does a lot. I think it's Saki. I think it's this person. And I don't know what this is supposed to say. Like Sagiri with an X? Or is it supposed to be Sakirix? Or something like that. Or is it Sagi and Rix? I have no idea. But this is the channel name. And what she does is she speaks in Japanese and English. She has an English persona and a Japanese persona. And she provides English and Japanese simultaneously as a subtitle in the middle. And what she does is she takes turns on her persona to communicate in Japanese and immediately reply in English in various scenarios. And they are basically the same type of trends that you would see in all English and not so much in Japanese, but largely westernized stuff. And what she also talks about is the contrast between Americana and Japanese culture. So in the thing is the skits are dealing with Japan in contrast with US like Western type of expectations, while she speaks in Japanese and immediately rapidly speaks in English in response to Japanese, which then Japanese response. So it's constantly back and forth. And to me, this represents the other thing that I am less, maybe you can call it a hipster approach. But for me, this is my learning situation. Like, that is what I do every single day. I switch between languages as I'm speaking. So if I have to suddenly go Fujiwa, it's not really that difficult to continue and then just go back to Goni no ni kaishi sai ingung then finish up with English, right? Or you can do like self-talk, where like what happens is over time the switch doesn't, on the one hand you're using Zhongwen, on another hand you're going to use Fujiwa, and then next time you go Nihongo, right? The idea is after a time you find harmony, at least in my opinion, harmony between toggling back and forth. At first it's kind of abrupt, and I totally get what Dogen is coming from. Okay, so let's refer to a Dogen thing. When someone said that, I think he answered the question, do you sound different in another language? Right? And do you expect that? I think he was answering an FAQ, right? An FAQ or something that he gets. And the answer is a tentative yes. I think that was what the video was. For me, it's kind of like a yes and no. One of the things about like living in an environment in which you are habitually segregating the languages, I totally understand that your tone would kind of switch because there's also behavioral context with that language. However, if you're living in a place like me, yeah, Dogen definitely sounds different, but I don't. So when I'm talking to if I'm talking to my mother and father about this stuff, my attitude and the way I speak, my intonation, kind of still carries over to Fujiwa. The actual pronunciations might affect your perception of me, but my tonality and my like personality doesn't really switch until there's an environmental cue. Right. For yourself, changing your voice makes pronouncing Japanese easier for some reason. Yeah, I totally get it. That's there's a word behind this. I think Vin also said something about this too. So yeah, Vin does say things about this too. Many like a lot of communication people actually talk about this too, where you're trying to create a persona, like you're trying to commit to an imitation, and that imitation produces the gross, and not like you gross, but more like the commitments, like the gross movements. And then what happens over time is you can refine it, and over time that becomes subtler and subtler to the point where you can control it. So then you can choose when to shift your pronunciation, or like your structure, like how exaggerated you are. And I do this as well. Like, for example, if you say arigato gozaimasu, right? At sometimes when you go, eventually it'll be arigato gozaimasu, right? But the idea is when you commit to changing your voice and stuff, it's a great, and it's slowing down is another thing. There's great, wonderful intent. So you have intent and also slowness. If you can slow and intently do things, you can also refine and speed up. So oftentimes those are things that are common between, at least in my opinion, language learning as well as communication, and even thought process. Thought process is quite elegantly overlapping with these things, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's actually corollary. It's very strongly correlating. And to me, after a while though, I don't necessarily think you have to sound different, but more like you choose to sound different, right? Like, how do you know if I'm the one speaking Japanese, right? For the way I learn, like maybe fortunately or unfortunately to others, I will probably not quite sound like a different person, because most of the time I'm looking for the relationship between sounds and a speech pattern, as opposed to looking for the differences. So it could mean that some people will say, well, you sound like a English speaker who also speaks Fujianese, who also speaks Mandarin, and am trying to speak Japanese. I agree. And the thing is, I like that, but not for everyone. So whenever I learn another language, I tend to normalize my personality, because my personality is dictated by the nurture, by my environments. So yes, I understand if you go to Japan, if you live in Japan and you're gonna go to Japan, it's probably the most comfortable and pragmatic to do as Japanese people do. But for myself online, like right here online, there would be clarity involved in being able to do more than that. There's far more than that. And that's where I have a little bit of issues. I have a conflict of interest when people say you're assuming that someone is in desire of that, right? And I can tell you now, whenever my late grandfather came and visit to the United States, and I would say, oh, ikun nihao, right? He would say something like, wow, you really sound American. I'm like, but that doesn't mean he didn't understand me. It's like, you can pick up on the little subtleties, and that's good, in my opinion, because I grew up in the United States, and I like that there are other people who speak English with different accents, and I want to get good enough to be understood by a Japanese person, most definitely. But I'm going 80%. I kind of like the idea that the people I will speak to in the future would also know English. So when they know English and Japanese, we can meet in a middle ground. So what happens now is whenever I go to a conference and stuff, if you ever hear like someone who has an Indian accent, like maybe Punjabi or something like that, I can understand them. And that's one of the things, like Punjabi in terms of English, right? The different accents. And I think it's very rich to have the flexibility to do that. Not for everyone. You know, it's not appropriate for being in a place that continuously do that. But I do feel like there's a double standard here. When someone thinks that your Japanese sounds like another language, it's because they also practice the other language. Not necessarily because they're choosing to not practice. Yeah, for you, it's like that for English. You have a German accent, but you understood and you're fine with that. Yeah. And hear me out. I actually think, now, this is contentious. Some people will tell you online that's like, oh yeah, you know, your German accent is very heavy in English. I'm like, can you speak some more? Because I kind of love that German accent. And you know whose German accent that I usually think of? And we're gonna reference another Vietnamese person. Or is she Thai? No, she's Vietnamese. You know who I'm talking about? The German boyfriend. Or I think soon of, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, speaking of another Vietnamese person, when I think of someone with an English accent, like a German accent with English, if you sound like this guy, you're already like 10 stars. I'm obviously kidding. If you don't sound like him, it's perfectly fine. I've had my pleasure of meeting quite a lot of German speakers in my life, and the German accent has a lot of character to it. And I hope that one day in Japanese, other people don't find that the focus is to be perfect, but the focus is to be understandable. You actually don't know how thick it is? Oh, I do quite like my German accents. Like, I can't tell you how often it's fun to listen to actors, especially actors that are not German, try to form a character, like, because I've gotten used to listening to other German speakers, and whenever an actor does it, it's kind of funny to compare it to like the German accent that I have in my head. So I like these things. I'm not sure if the people who are learning Japanese could appreciate that in a manner that is like unintentionally. It's unintentionally a bit either angry at themselves, but I receive it kind of situation, or I'm not sure if you encountered this at all in the wild, but oftentimes the whole idea of being pure is something that I will evoke from Japanese culture. If you are learning Japanese, to understand Japanese culture of someone who's learning Japanese that's outside of Japan, a foreigner, I think the really interesting like contradiction or self-contradiction that can occur, that can harm, in my opinion, self-harm the lifespan of people learning Japanese, is that you have to understand you are a foreigner, right? But the thing is, I don't think the Japanese culture, learning and being close to Japanese culture, will help you appreciate that this is part of the culture. And one of the things is, yes, you could beat yourself up and say that you want to be treat it like a, pure Japanese person in the sense of like your native speak. That is an admirable goal for sure. Absolutely. Personally, I don't focus on communication like Vin as much. The main goal is to focus on habit formation and quality of life. So this is where I find that whenever I learn Japanese, I encounter this a lot. It ends up being it is part of the Japanese culture, by the way. Like, it's a part of the whole purity and being incredibly precise and stuff. That is part of it. But the other part is understanding foreigners' relationship and the acceptance of the face culture when it comes to foreigners. Because in a way, when you fight against this idea of native perfect thing, it actually is ironically also not something that you're going to, like, it's a struggle because it's actually counter to the Japanese culture. So oftentimes when I think about people going to another country, especially like an Eastern country, I haven't visited China or Japan, grain of salt, but I grew up in a Chinese household. And that Chinese household have taught me things about the face culture that I feel people look over. They overlook that instead of celebrating and understanding that. Like, for example, my parents know that I am American. I could practice speaking as well as I can, and my Fujianese can be as nice as I can, but my late grandfather will see me as an American. And it's not it can be a soul-crushing disappointment for life, or a semblance of knowing acceptance and using what reality has given you. So for me, I still find great pleasure in trying to maintain the dialect that my parents have. It's not a constant consternation and reminder of that you are multicultural. You are multiculturally interested. You are culturally curious. So this is something, I'm not saying you can't go and try to do that. I feel like this has occurred too frequently, seeing people quitting and giving up because the expectations that they have are absurd. Like, not absurd in a unexpected way. The Japanese culture has that element. It disheartens me when that element ends up becoming the thing that they lose the opportunity to love, like to be intermingling with a different culture. When you're trying to figure out if people can localize the accent, if it's faint, because if some talking English with an accent is pretty easy to localize it, yes. The accent, like the dialect, right? Lots of dialectic differences in Japan and Chinese. Within the dialects, there's also regional differences. And having that kind of accent, and then you can enhance it, it kind of meets the energy. Like, hear me out. I'm not a great actor, and I have very poor control over my voice, and like in an accental way. So if I had a German accent, like if I was able to do a German accent, I would totally meet you and try it. And you know what would happen? It would be really funny. And I would love for you to critique my quote unquote German accent. Like, here's what I typically do a lot of times to encourage myself to actively listen to someone. Whenever, like Vin, my impression of Vin, right? The reason is I'm paying attention to you. Like, your sound and the things you make should be important to me. So whenever I have someone who have a different accent, actually after a couple months, I kind of start sounding like them. And it's fun, in my opinion, and then it fades, and then it comes, and it fades. And that's kind of the neat thing about language and speaking and communication. It can be really fun to understand the differences as well as the similarities, right? If you understand what I mean. Yep. You attain the rolling R and can't get rid of it. You attain the rolling R? Really? Yeah. I attained the R as well, though. So now I have a problem. Every time I say like Roberto, right? Roberto. Right? Roberto. So whenever, but if I were to try to pronounce it to like using like Japanese, sometimes I go do bed do. So there's already the L is getting lost. Like the oral is getting lost for the do, which is the do of this, and that happens too, which is really funny. And also what is another one? Mandarin. How do I, oh man, Mandarin throws in another wrench. When I read these things, sometimes I can't unhear the tone. So sometimes you would have like, oh, here's one, like ron, right? Ron. Ron. The thing is, oftentimes when I think of ron, I think of wrong. So every time ron comes up in Japanese, I'm like wrong, 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 wrong. Like I keep telling myself like that doesn't sound weird, right? It doesn't sound weird. And then we have ron. You know, the ron is just it's just rolling off. I do enjoy rolling my R's when I can. When I got back to the Spanish side of things, it felt really good. Like I don't know. Izquierda, right? Izquierda, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of R, venir, Alberto, right? That kind of thing. Ramon, or things like that is really fun to practice rolling R's. Which, by the way, the area where I live in, drama, the Spanish speakers, they don't roll their R's. Feels bad, right? No, I'm kidding. But most of the time when I was exposed to a Spanish speaker in the area that I used to be, they don't roll their R's. They're from a specific, like, they typically, yeah. You don't even know how to not roll it. Wait. Are you telling me you roll your ron, like a lan, the ron, ron, and I tap. I do a little bit of a tap, but like, so you still say ron instead of ron? Shoot. Ron. Yeah. Like, do you say ron? What's no? Do you say no? Or do you say ro? No? Yeah, you still roll every R? Oh, dang. Now I gotta hear your Japanese in a couple years. I would love to hear Japanese in a couple years. Like a Japanese speaking, like when you're speaking Japanese and you roll all your R's. Because I still don't automatically roll my R's. At least I don't think. Oh, but you can do the Japanese da? Okay. Or la. Okay. But it's a rolling la. Oh. Fair enough. I think Do Chinese people rong? No, yeah. Oh man. Rong? Rang. Ru. Oh my gosh. Ru is hard, dude. How do you roll a ru? Ew. Ru? Ru. Oh my gosh. Ru is hard. Ru. Ru. And ru. Oh no, dude. Tone threes? Okay, tone threes are rough. How do you do a ru? You only spoke Russian till kindergarten. Oh, that's where the R comes from. Oh, okay. One day we're gonna have a lot of fun messing around. Like guru. Oh my gosh, guru is hard. Guru. I think I would struggle with all my oohs. All my do's. Ru. That's rough. That's tough. So basically like taberu. You're doing like taberu, right? Taberu. Or iru. My gosh. Alright, that's impressive R rolling. So you're telling me all your do verbs, all your do verbs are going to have the roll. That's pretty impressive. All right, I'm gonna go over this kanji and we're gonna like wrap it up for the day. But now I need to hear like a voice sample in the future. Voice sample in the future incoming. It may be one day 你可以学习中文 and you know 跟我一起学习中文 perhaps, right? Perhaps. I don't think it's that bad if you do that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it's bad. I think it's just gonna be funny. Sorry. I know I'm encouraging like maybe habits that you might not want, but I think it would be hilarious when you suddenly like when you're talking and all the people around you, like the Japanese people around you, they can always identify you by your rolling R's. But they wouldn't, in my opinion, the rolling R's would not disrupt, in my opinion, would not disrupt most of the understanding of the Japanese, because the rolling R is not something that exists, right? Like that's habitually exists. So when you're speaking, it's almost like, yep, that's our guy. That's our man. And obviously there is a chance of face culture. So if they find that very endearing in quality, then you can obviously do it. But if it's something that's inappropriate or something, I guess you'll find out. I still think it's really cool. I can't speak English without sounding like a boring American. I'm sorry to other Americans who think that I might not. Like, hear me out. The reason I focus on things like what Vin focuses on, tempo, emphasis, volume, pauses, hollowing your voice, increasing intonation, changing moda, having random pitch ups and random pitch downs, right? That to me is how you communicate English, like how you elevate your English. English does not predicate on, like, it does function something. Like the stress accent, you know, with timing, volume, and speed does function. The thing is though, most of it's internal. So like, how do you know when I'm trying to be a chill vibe? Like, how do I get you to calm down and just mellow with me. You know, kind of just chill, have a great drink on the beach, right? That's one of English's perks, because the functionality is there, but most people don't wield that functionality, but they can intuit that functionality. And that's what I feel like Vin is capitalizing on. And Justin and people who teach communication, they capitalize on English's flexibility in the intuit nature. Like, how do I get you to be really hype right now? Are you really hype? Because I'm going to start saying things in very staccato modes. Does that make you nervous? Are we like, you know, should I add a little bit of stutter? Like, oh yeah, you know, like this, like that. How does that make you feel? Because it doesn't really interfere with English and its process and how you process the language. But it's one of the perks also of English. You can tell when someone is nervous, or they want to slow the pace down, or maybe they're just very excitable, right? And it may not impact the actual understanding of English. And I think that stuff could be something quite interesting. I don't know if you ever watched this guy called Etymology Nerd. He covers all the concepts that I typically cover. So while Vin covers a lot of the communication overlaps, the etymology nerd who like recently published something called AlgoSpeak, like a book on AlgoSpeak, I talk about this a lot when it comes to conceptual understanding of how to navigate diction in terms of how to speak to people. So while Vin doesn't necessarily cover the semantics, like the semantics of what is the vogue of things, like lit, how to get someone to feel comfortable from negating how to say bruh and whatnot, like how algo impacts the current generation. Vin is more like doing the proactive thing, like how do you become something, while the etymology nerd guy talks about what is at the moment. And if you know what you want to be, and then what is happening, you can contextualize its distance. Like, how much do you want to sound formally in order to still be relatable to what is happening? Do you add bruh to your conversation in order to be relatable? Do you start talking about some funny memes to be relatable to? So he looks at, the etymology nerd guy looks at how our language, the linguistics of our language, especially English, specifically English, a lot of times, how it drifts. And then when it drifts due to like hyper conditioning from algorithm, you can use that and integrate it with your communication skills. And then you get a collective relatability. So it's really wonderful to have these resources. Like, they are doing all the work. I would reference this particular video, and mind you, I have not watched all of Vin's videos. I haven't watched like through all the Vin's videos. I watch very particular segments and YouTube shorts and whatnot. But there was one about when you get an expert, right? Where is the value of that expert? And he had this story where he talked about you could pay someone, right? And ask them to prepare and restrict them to like 30 minutes and give that liquid gold, like the summation of all their experiences in a confined space, right? In a confined time period. And that's what I often look for. When you approach with someone, you only have 30 minutes to talk about, try to extract the essence of that person. Now, it doesn't have to be an expert, but the actual story that he was telling is about how can you learn the best things of people? Like, who do you look for in order to really up your game? You look for someone who has a lot of experience. And he asks him, can I borrow you for a couple minutes, like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and explain to me the combination of all the experiences that you're willing to share? Like, what is your defined philosophy or value? How can I grab that essence from you, right? And those are the things that, in my opinion, are priceless. Knowing, so if someone is telling you like facts that you can draw from the internet, and that makes you feel like you're accomplished something, right, from the person, I feel not only is that a lost opportunity for the person who's drawing the facts, it's also a loss for the person you're speaking to share their experience. So whenever I ask a question, I'm not looking for the facts that you know or the facts that you pulled from someone else. And this kind of goes with the Dogen thing that I kind of misunderstood. I'm definitely guilty of this, that I misunderstood your intent, because I thought you were talking about your thoughts, right? And I really was genuinely interpreting it that way. But it made sense like somewhere in the 30 minutes that I realized, oh, okay, so I got it. And it took me a while. But generally speaking, I tend to value the experience of the person that I'm speaking to. And it is quite difficult for me to like not automatically try to imbue a lot of the information on the person, right? And that's where the value is. Anyways, sorry, I'm really digressing for time. Okay, so let's start and go over this for tomorrow. I want to impart the idea that you are the most valuable thing in this conversation. Like, what I mean is, when we have conversations online or in Discord and stuff, the value of the communication is between the two people. Facts are great. They can embellish things. How you use the facts is what makes great communication. And I think hopefully that more people will be able to do this in the future than less. Nowadays, I feel like people don't actually have opinions of their own because they're constantly saying, they said, we do, they do, those people do, others do. And yet I have yet to hear something that like, oh, you know, these people do this. But using that as a form of context, this is what I think about it. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting to the opportunity that you gave me. You gave me your time. So I want to learn something about you, not about someone else. Now, with all due respect, Dogen is awesome. Vin is awesome. You know, those people are awesome. It is so much cooler and neat that I get to talk to you and you get to explain to me how those people's content impact your perspective that you're sharing with me. And that, to me, is how you create that relatability. And one of the many topics that Vin talks about, honestly, that's your personal antidote, right? You can cling on to and build off facts that are shared mutually between people. Like, oh, hey, you know what? Rain is kind of good sometimes, but you get wet. It's like, yeah, I know what you feel. I know how you feel, man. Like, rain, you step out and it pours on you and you're just wet. How does that make you feel when it's on a hot day, my friend? Because sometimes I get in a car, I drive to the middle of the cornfield, I sit there and I listen to the rain. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter, and it leaves me in a very relaxed state. And guess what? I'm also dry. Now, isn't that such a nice anecdote? In Germany, we say we're not out of sugar. Sorry, yeah, Liam. Definitely. Liam. Extra points, Liam. Yes. It's edible, you know? Most things are edible. I actually had that German friend of mine that I talk to seldomly now say that it's edible. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Why? I really can't unhear the edible thing. Like, oh, you like this? Like, what do you like about it? It's edible. I'm like, oh, right. It took me a while, like before Liam's like it's edible situation. This was before his edible thing, and I'm like, now I totally get it. And you know what that is funny about? It's kind of like when you're explaining Japanese, right? Or explaining Chinese. Like, oh, my stomach is empty, right? And you might be thinking, oh, there's no equivalent. Like English can't understand my stomach is empty. I'm like, well, it can be abstractly captured in English. The difference, in my opinion, is you think this is weird until you know it. So when I say my stomach is empty and I just go up to someone and say my stomach is empty, they might think it's weird, but I don't think it's weird. So the question is it the nature of conditioning the weirdness, or is it because you don't want it to be accepted as normal, right? Like the abstraction, right? And for me, my parents speak English in a manner that sounds like Chinese. And you're wondering, well, then what does English sound like without prepositions? Prepositions and helping verbs and always starting in a function. It sounds like this. Tomorrow at home, tomorrow at home we leave 5 o'clock. Or we at home tomorrow leave 5 o'clock. Can you understand it? Well, at first you might be thinking, oh, okay, it took me a little bit. But hear me out. English, if you know a language intimately in a manner of speak, it actually becomes very adaptive when you know both the languages that are involved. So when I say, when, we say, in America, right? In a Chinese household, we say, go school now. Or no, it's more like now go school. In America, in a not a Chinese household, we go to school now. Or now we go to school. But that doesn't mean you can't adapt the two languages together. And that's most of my life. You adapt the English to something. So now I'm curious if that's what other people do in other languages. I probably wouldn't start with Japanese, but I use English, so I really don't have an example. I can't reverse engineer Japanese because I don't know Japanese well enough. I do reverse engineer Fujonese though. So by grammar syntax, Mandarin is the same. Like for example, sometimes today I have a good anecdote to finish off the day. Today I had to tell my father what a male connector is. So he bought this like a solar power, like a emergency backup, a solar power backup bank, right? A backup bank with some solar panels. And he was trying to tell me like, oh yeah, I need a connector. I need an extension connector or a converter, right? and he was pointing to a specific connector, and I needed to know if it was a male connector or a female connector, or like male to male, male to female. And my father is like, oh, it's this thing. And I'm like, okay, so that is nan. Ji he nu. So ji he nu tao li. Ji he nan tao li. And what I said was, this is a male head, and this is a female head. Right? But the way I said it was not because I knew what Fujianese was. I knew what I intended to speak in English, but I was adapting it in a way that reflects the Chinese thing. And then when my father heard it, he's like, oh, okay, so that's what you're calling it. And it's like, okay, so this is nan, this is ni. So I basically used female and male, and I added head. Head can be produced as a counter. So that to me is what happens when you have broken language, but you have two people who have, like, you're meeting in the middle and you learn together. So whenever I hear people say like, oh, it was a really bad experience, I wish I could have spoke exactly like they can, and I'm like, oh man, that's kind of a missed opportunity to see if they can accommodate or something. The environment that I'm in is not the environment where I go to another country, where the vast majority of that country may not want to do that. The country that I grew up in, the idea is, the environment that I grew up in is that both people have some semblance of language barriers. The idea is, can you understand the bridge despite the quote-unquote there's no equivalent? I think this says it all. I think this says so much. Like, I think whenever someone says there's no equivalent, there's no equivalent, there's no equivalent, over and over again, to me, that screams, I'm not multicultural, I'm not multicultural, I'm not multicultural. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing not to be multicultural. The thing is, saying no equivalent doesn't necessarily mean you're trying. And for me, it's almost natural to be in that state. I misunderstood you today, Drama. I apologize. You might have to take some deep breaths during our constant back and forth. But the idea is, communication is built upon understanding, misunderstandings, and reinterpretations. And I don't treat language learning any different. You might, but I don't. I don't treat language learning in that way. I think one of the greatest ways to learn a language is exactly what people say. Go talk, if you have a friend who is Japanese competent, go talk to them. But you know this, that both sides have to be actively willing to communicate, and you learn like gangbusters. Like, people talk about gold standards, right? And yes, there is a gold standard. When you have two people willing to exchange and bridge staggered states in their communication skills. And it's great when you're exchanging language. You know, that's the language exchange, right? But you don't have that most of the time. So how do you create it? You can be an initiator. Like, I want to encourage you to be excited about Japanese. And then one day we exchange Japanese, right? So that is the environment that I'm in most of the time. When someone comes up to you and say like, you have to have perfect Japanese. Oh, you're learning it the wrong way. You're learning the right way. You're learning it the best way. Oh, you're not learning it in a way that I would like to learn it. That to me is something that is anti-language learning. I mean, you could argue they just have your best interest in mind. It's like, I agree. I didn't say they're evil people who are malicious. I'm talking about, it makes people, in my opinion, it will likely make someone apprehensive, anxious, and unwelcomed. and that can happen unintentionally. So I actually spend 90% of my time largely talking to people who are language learning and multicultural versus trying to interrupt someone who has a standard in which they are the ones doing me the favor and they can choose not to do me the favor. Like we don't have an equivalent exchange. So for me, I enjoy miscommunication and things to learn. So if we ever have a argument or a disconnect in the future, you guys sure heck bring on your boxing gloves, and or maybe like some tea or some beer or coffee or whatever you do, and let's talk about it, because that, in my opinion, is where the most of the growth comes from. I don't think modeling yourself after someone parasocially is not a good use of time. I think it's a good use of your time. It's for the moments that you're going to communicate with someone. So aiming for perfection, not doing things, conceptually constantly thinking about perfecting something, that is antagonistic to the natural act of interacting with someone. Yeah, you had fun experience when you try to communicate. Awesome. That's all good. Probably also my bad. That's what we're here for. Because of bad sentence structure and transferring your point. Okay, you started doing language exchange IRL too early and it wasn't as effective as you hoped. That's understandable, right? Now you know. Now you know. Now hear me out. There's also language exchange. There's also parallel language exchanging, right? I know there is often people are talking about direct language exchange, like this way, where someone knows the language, your target language, and you know the language, so then you're teaching the person that language and you're teaching this person. There's also parallel language learning where someone has a different focus and then you have a different focus, but you have a common language involved and you can exchange your non-overlapping languages. That's kind of like someone exchanging ideas with you in a specific language, but you remember the idea and you can integrate the idea more effectively because you guys share non-overlapping knowledge. So one day when you're focused on, I don't know, software engineering in Japanese, I would have focused on, this is a teaser, I would have focused on creative writing, review and commentary writing in Japanese. So then when we exchange things, we're still speaking a common language, both English and Japanese possibly. And however, the exchange is in parallel, is that we do share skills. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because parallel exchange is accessible in the beginning. So finding like a language learning partner, for example, not a language exchange partner, but a language learning partner. WaniKani has a really cute, someone started a really cute forum, a thread. What do they call it? It's like responsibility partner or a reliability partner. It's kind of like in a really dark way. It's kind of like AA, like Alcohol Anonymous kind of situation. You have a partner that you parallel with each other to create consistency. And what happens here is when you're doing it in parallel, whatever gaps are between the two of you, they double reinforce. So you have the responsibility of exchanging your information accurately as much as possible, and that other partner also has the same exchange quality. So when you tell me like, oh, hey, did you notice that you roll your R's? Stop rolling them. I'm kidding. Sorry. I just had to do it. Well, one day I'm going to be like, dude, just keep your rolling R's. Like, Bad influence. Bad influence. Let's just keep your rolling R's. They're awesome. And then meanwhile you go back to work and all the Japanese people are like, dude, why are you rolling your R's? Like, but my friend told me. Sorry. Okay. We're done. We're done. And I do agree, like you can start doing language exchange really, really too early. But I honestly, you're gonna get mixed messages from me because I'm American, and when in Japanese you can tell me all the things that, like, you'll be the person who I can talk to where like, oh, I could ask you, what do you think Japanese think of if you start adding tones to their language? Or what happens if you pause on the first syllable? That kind of thing would be really fun in the future. All right, that's enough being hype or enthusiastic. It's crazy to think that your day is just starting. Like it's almost the afternoon and my day is about to end. Oh, hey, hello there, Charon. Yeah, we're about to close up. We're closing up. I just wanted to chat with Drama. 12 a.m. It's obviously 12 p.m. Listen, do Germans do it backwards? I'm obviously sorry. I'm being a little cheeky. Oh, okay. I'm like, listen. Well, oh yeah, you use military time. That's true. Yeah, I use military time too. Like I actually do have military time on my phone, but it's funny that you type 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. in general. If you type 12, I would have known. Yeah, military time. Very useful. Look at Churn using that PM. What a actually. Yeah, military time because your phone is in Japanese. Oh, yeah, yep. Well played. All right. We're gonna end today. All right. So what are we doing? We're do reads and then into the definition, right? I remember I was gonna ask you something, Drama, but I think it'll come up naturally in the coming years, so it doesn't have to be today. I don't quite remember what the question was. I'm trusting in the process. All right, so we have Saku. Yeah, Saku. Meat. Oh, Saku, fence. Meat. Alluring. Kawa. Dry up. You asked why drama, and it's just I really like K-drama, and you named yourself K-drama and dropped the K. Oh, eventually. Oh. I was gonna say you're like a drama llama, but alright. It's good to know that you're not drama llama. Nowadays, like, I think people are like have so much drama in their lives that I'm conditioned to think I'm conditioned to read into someone's name who's drama. Like, hopefully you don't have too much drama in your life. Like, but now that I know the context of your drama, I hope you have a lot of drama in your life. Just between you and me. Just between you and me. It's gonna be our like joke, right? Like, I hope you're experiencing and witnessing and enjoying lots and lots of drama. Yep. That's not gonna work. This is probably the last time I make that joke. Yep, that's a stinker. That's a big stinker. Why am I drawing a blank on marriage? You want to study for tomorrow's exam after you're done streaming? Good luck on tomorrow's exam. Oh, by the way, did I introduce Drama to you, Churn? Yeah, Drama's here, actually here now. Yeah. I think you guys kind of overlapped one time, but only briefly. Or you were in and out. You guys were in and out. But yeah. I'm looking forward to... Oh, besides the earlier today. I'm not sure if I introduced like the other parts of Drama, like dramas from Germany. No, like all the other details from the other time. So like Drama's gonna go and this is the person that is worked 4 years in software engineering and they're planning on going to Japan eventually. So what's your background? Oh, yeah. That. I'll let you guys chill while I fail to recall what this is. Alright, we'll just move along. You play E flag show. A show illuminates. Kai. Pleasant. Bean. Or Eki. Suitable. Yo, deposit. And prolong. Yoku. Yoku. Ekin yoku. The next. Done. Look at. Run. Look at. Natsu. Nostalgia. Float. Oh, that's actually kunyomi. Ro. Leak. Ooh, token. Oh. Send help. Cool. Purchase. Etsu. Etsu. Go beyond. Shoku. Decorate. Soul. Boisterous. Eye. Back. Satsu. Photograph. Nani kore? Wait. To. Steal. Nyo. Smell. Nu. Wet. Me. Niece. And what? Oh, I keep wanting to say. Oh, kon. Kon for marriage. Oh, look at you two. You two can also take it into the Discord. I would totally third wheel your conversations while I eat my dinner. My 1 meal day. But it was fun. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff today talked about. I got a lot of material I can break out. Churn and I still need to work on some material. Until you guys go on vacation, we don't have a lot of material. You just ate your dinner and showered? Oh, that sounds delightful. I'm about to eat soon. So, enjoy. Do your thing. I don't know how YouTube chat works when I'm peacing out, but both of you are in Discord. So, hang out. I would love to hear if you guys end up discovering something pretty neat. Alright, so let's wrap up for today. WaniKani, that's the end of our WaniKani session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap. Yappity yap. I'm here. Never give up. Let's work on communication, misunderstandings, conflicts, emotional things. We went over a lot of kind of controversial topics. And I, again, to reinforce, I'm a minor. Oh, sorry, that was a dad joke and I thought it was really funny. We went over a lot of controversial topics. I don't know most of the content. Most of the time, I like to try to think about how to understand whether it's true or not and whatnot. So the questions I ask typically is to try to encourage someone to explain their point of view to me, because typically I'm not up to date on things. And if those things end up being expressive and interesting to the other person, that's when I double down. So because we spoke a lot about the stuff we said today, maybe the thing about, I guess, I don't know what the Japanese calls their body of representatives, maybe the parliament, right? Or something parliamentary, or maybe like a House of Representatives. I don't even know what the house is called. That incentivizes me to understand a bit more. So come on by, yap, exchange some ideas, encourage each other to broaden our yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out for sure. That to me is the most rewarding thing about learning from each other. While we might not be able to language exchange, we are still able to exchange critical thinking skills and exchange communication skills, encourage each other to be yaps. I think there's not enough yapping in this world at the moment. And if you want to be happy and connect with people and, you know, find a level of trust that you may have lost largely because the vast majority of your interactions are parasocial, I'm here. I hope I can, if I'm not interesting, I hope I can introduce someone to you that's interesting. That would be really great. Until then, stay safe. Until next time, right? Minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right, thanks for watching, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.